about these soil fertility recommendations, which provides a knowledge gap, especially to the agricultural officers or extension workers who work directly with the farmers to maybe advise them on how best to improve the finger millet productivity if we want this crop to improve in terms of its production levels. Therefore, this study set out to look at the following. The following aims. I have the aims and specific objectives. Guide my study. So the main aim of this study is to assess the agronomic status of finger millet cultivation. And in the agronomic status, I would like to look at what is generally being done by the farmers in terms of the production practices, stemming all the way from land preparation, seed acquisition, up to when they harvest the crop, and then also how they, what post-harvest practices they have to ensure that the crop is stored in good conditions to have it be safe for consumption even after a long period of time. And then afterwards, I would love to look at the response of one selected variety of finger millet to the different soil fertility treatments. So this aim will be achieved by looking at the following specific objectives. One, to explore and document the farmers' knowledge of the agronomic practices. As I've already told you, the kind of practices that I intend to look at in this study. Then to determine the nutrient use efficiency of finger millet under different soil fertility treatments. These different soil fertility treatments are basically fertilizers, but in different forms, and also looking at the effect of omitting some nutrients on the yield of finger millet. Effect of providing all or effect of omitting some and providing just a few. How does it affect the yield? And then to explore the use of the quantitative evaluation of soil, of the fertility of tropical soils, the QUEFTS model to predict finger millet grain yield under the different soil fertility treatments, and then map area suitability for the sustainable production of finger millet, because much as we may want this finger millet to be grown, for example, in a given district, the soils are not equally distributed, or they are not distributed in the same way. The composition varies from one sub-county to another, depending on the background behind the formation processes in those particular places. So I have those research questions that stem right away from the specific objectives, and looking at the methods and materials, my study area is southwestern Uganda. Southwestern Uganda is a big region, so because of logistic reasons, I cannot look at all the districts in southwestern region, but a few districts were selected to represent some agroecological zones within the southwestern region. I have Isingiro to represent the relatively low-lying, yes, low-lying, and then Rubirizi mid-altitude, whereas Rwanda is to represent the high altitude. So we want to see what happens in terms of finger millet production within those different regions. And for objective number one, I am using mixed methods, and within the mixed methods, I would employ both the qualitative and quantitative research design, whereby in the qualitative research design, I would use the following data collection methods: focus group discussions, key informant interviews, and then for the quantitative, do a cross-sectional survey where the selection of these participant farmers as well as agricultural officers would be purposive, because I'm looking at just selected areas within even the districts of interest. So I would employ the chain referral or snowball method to identify my participants. So the 3 districts already looked at, Lubirizi, Rubanda, and Isindiro, and in each district selecting 1 sub-county corresponding with a given parish with the highest number of households that are growing finger millet, and then concurrently looking at the village with the highest number of households within a given parish to be able to get those participants to obtain data from. So these are my selected sub-counties, parish, and villages, respectively. For objective number 2, excuse me, to do on-farm and on-station field trials where soil samples to be collected before setting up the experiment, assess their physical-chemical parameters as listed above, and then thereafter go ahead to conduct the nutrient omission trials where I look at the impact of inorganic fertilizers, looking at the effect of the primary macronutrients, as well as also monitoring the effect of selected secondary macronutrients, and then also bringing in an aspect of organic matter obtained from the animal dung, which is in this case cow dung. So for the nutrient use efficiency, thank you, the nutrient use efficiency, I have the on-farm trials whereby each farmer's garden is acting as a replicate. I'm using the randomized complete block design, and I'm having 20 on-farm field trials. This is an example of my field trials that are already ongoing. And at the Mbazadi, I'm having the 3 blocks representing the soils at the station. So I will look at the growth and yield parameters as listed, and afterwards I will have to harvest the millet and then look at nutrient uptake for both the grain and then the straw. And then I will be able to compute the nutrient use efficiency using the standard formulae. For the QEFs, I will still now look at the data from the soil physical parameters, use the data collected from the total nutrient uptake for the grain and the straw in the nutrient omission trials, and then calibrate the QEFs model. And then afterwards, this is going to be done for the first season, and then I anticipate to carry out a second season where the model can be validated. For objective number 4, I will be using the multi-criteria decision making, where I look at wide range of factors that can influence the productivity of finger millet, and then each one of them are given ranks and scores, and then thereafter I can apply the GIS methods to be able to map the suitability. So with data analysis, objective 1, 2, and 3, excuse me, I intend to use the R software with the corresponding statistical tests to analyze the data, but at 5% level of significance. For objective number 1, qualitative data, I will be using the in vivo to code and then analyze.
It's time up. Sorry.
Yes, I'm summarizing. Thank you.
Yeah, it's time up.
Okay, fine.
Is that your last slide?
Peter, it's not responding. So, yeah, this is my last slide. Work done so far. I'm at a level of data collection. I've already collected data for my objective 1, that is for the focus group discussions, and the interviews, as well as the social survey. And then data transcription is ongoing, as well as cleaning the data so that I can be able to have full analysis start. And then a manuscript will be drafted after analyzing the data for objective number 1. The soil samples that were collected, I got challenges. I've so far used 3 labs, and I realized that actually with the discussion with my supervisors, I could not analyze my samples from here because we got some challenges with the labs that we had visited. So the samples will be shipped to Belgium next year for analysis, and then I can be able to relate them to the results that I'll be getting from the fields that I'm working in. But that does not affect or does not stop the experimental setups from running. So I've already set up my field trials, and monitoring is ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We just started that book, but perhaps we first want to recognize the session chairs who are here. My name is Dr. Kihumuro. We have Professor Kihumuro Campus. With Dr. Simon Tonga. He's not here yet. But we have Professor Leju. Yeah. Professor Grace Kaburu. Yeah, and Dr. Priscilla Muheji. Yeah, so the round rules are you have 15 minutes, the subsequent presenters, and then give you feedback in 10 minutes. We have 4 presenters, so we have time for everyone. So I can do some feedback. That's okay. I think one, thank you for presenting. Your problem statement is not very logical. You want to go back to your problem statement. You presented it in an arrow form. Can you put up? Yeah. So for me, I'm not a specialist in your field, but I think the arrow should be the other way around. It should be low soil nutrients that cause fertility to go down, and therefore the yield going down. You see the logic? So the nutrients in the soil are low. That means the fertility is poor. That means the yield is poor. But for you, it's going the other way around. So I would understand that. Then some of your aims require more specificity. They are not smart.
The aims or specific objectives?
The objectives. All your objectives are not smart. They are not specific. They don't tell us where, like, I came to learn in letters that you are in 3 villages. Yet it should come out in your objectives. In the place where you are doing the study, you showed us a map of Uganda, yet you are in southwestern Uganda. I don't know why you did pick southwestern Uganda specifically. Why did you show us Ghana? Because what you show us is what
Okay.
we are thinking.
Noted.
And then lastly, you said the lab analysis has issues. And you have to take things in Belgium, yet we are pushing for technology transfer. What specifically is missing and why do you think it is? So let's have other feedback. You can answer.
Thank you, Margaret, for your presentation. Maybe with the study area. So you say you're looking at slide different
Yes, I'm hearing. And they are lying at different altitudes.
what about the productivity growth within the region? Like, if you look at this which are highly productive areas, or just but I think also like when there's a lot of millet,
sort of study this.
Okay, so
Okay, thank you very much, the panelists. About the specific objectives, I have noted because I thought that according to the way I indicated the arrow, the challenge, the current state of issues is that we are having fluctuation in the finger millet productivity. But then I wanted to look at what is bringing about this fluctuation. The fluctuation is now we are looking at the soil fertility decline. So the decline is already available and it's with us. But then, if there is a decline, what has been done about this decline? A lot of work that has been done that is published about the finger millet in Uganda has been about the varieties and improving the varieties with less effort looking at improvement of the soil fertility or recommending the fertilizers that can be used in terms of what quantities, what amounts, like to apply. So if we are having a knowledge gap of the recommendation, the soil nutrient recommendations, then it is also giving a gap to the extension workers. They cannot advise the farmers who want to maybe apply fertilizers because we don't just apply any picket. You have to know how much you are applying. And if that still exists, then the fluctuation is likely even to go on and on and on if nothing is done. That's the reason as why I presented it like that. But for southwestern Uganda, the map, I acknowledge that I need to apply my GIS skills and generate a better map. I'm going to work upon that. And then Dr. Priscilla, about the study area, in addition to altitude, it's not the only criterion that was used for selecting these study sites. I acknowledge that Buweju is among those districts that are already growing finger millet in high quantities, as well as in Ntungam. But then we were looking at those districts that have been reported to be experiencing adversities in terms of the current variations in weather patterns. So in addition to the altitude, we are also looking at the susceptibility of these districts being affected most by the current changes in weather patterns, as well as also looking at are there any interventions that have already been made, for example, by non-government organizations. And as far as I know, so far in Buweju, Caritas Uganda is already based there. So it would be like we are going to go and do a similar study in that area, yet already some interventions have been made. And that is actually one of the reasons that's why I selected Rubirizi to be the district where I set up my field trials, other than Isingiro, because Sasakawa has already been doing some work in Isingiro. Although the problem is that they do not publish the work. They just go and teach the farmers, and the publications are not made. So this information is not readily available to all other agriculture officers who may want to maybe advise farmers in their places of jurisdiction. So from Professor Leju, the laboratories. Yes, I took, first of all, I had to do grade analysis of these fertilizers that I purchased before I applied the active ingredient that you are having in that sack, and then calculate backwards to know how much of that given bulk that you are going to apply. So when I took my fertilizers first to Makerere College of Agricultural Sciences, I took them to the lab and they analyzed. The results came out showing that actually all the fertilizers that I had purchased, apart from the muriate of potash, all of them were having very low grades. For example, the TSP was indicating 0.03%, and it literally means that fertilizer is either fake or it was not the right fertilizer. fertilizer much as you bought it when it was indicating that that's the fertilizer that you are buying. So after discussing with my supervisors, we realized that, okay, there is need to do a count analysis. Let's take them to other labs. I took to Kawanda and then also to Uganda Research Institute, Uganda Research Industrial Institute, the URI. And the findings were that for each lab, at least a fault would appear on one analysis, at least one analysis. URI had done well, though they did not have the capacity to do analysis, for example, for sulfur, because they told me this method, the analysis of this parameter is expensive, and most of our customers do not afford to analyze it. So we've stripped it off from what we analyze. In that case, I had to leave it out. But then for their phosphorus, they first told me that probably the results we have got are not reflecting what we are supposed to get, because even their standard that they had run was not giving them the results that they expected. So they told me that they would run it again. So they ran it again and gave me the results. But upon giving me the results, because I had anonymified the fertilizers after learning from the first scenario at Makerere, I anonymified the fertilizers, so they didn't know which sample they were dealing with. They gave me a result of phosphorus, for example, TSP, we expect it to be at 20%. But then they gave me a result that was way higher, 33%. So there is no way you can tell me that what I expect is 20% and you are giving me 33%. That was the case for URI. For Makerere, they were already low. And then Kawanda, they were giving me already low. So where do I get the...
So are you saying our labs are fake?
They are not fake.
So what's the issue?
They are not fake. The issue, for me, my conclusion was that probably the lab also does not import always their reagents. What I know from my experience, I don't have, it's not, okay, the confidence I have is that there are standards for checking their reagents that they are using. We have the standards, but from my interaction with even the UNBS people, they told me that when these fertilizers have come into the country and they are already having a certificate of, when they are declaring what's in the sample, they do not analyze it again because of the shortages in funds that are given to these organizations. So it's not a problem of the people who are analyzing also, but then also the methods we are using. For example, if I use ICP, EOS, or ES, it's not going to be, it may give you a higher precision compared to when I rely on only the titration methods, which are being used here.
Thank you so much.
For Professor Kabachenga, just slightly, the focus. Okay.
So ladies and gentlemen, this is a PhD symposium. It's not a defense.
It's not a defense.
So I think our job here is to give advice from an independent standpoint. It's up to you to take it or leave it. So when I tell you your problem statement is not logical, it's not that you should defend it. It's up to you to be like, okay, maybe someone is saying this differently, I can reconsider. When someone is saying, why are you taking things to Belgium, just point out and say our QC is not good, something simple that you put in your analysis. So for the other members who are coming, you have 15 minutes of presenting. Try to spend 1 minute on a slide. If it takes more than 1 minute on a slide, you fail to make it on time. People do projects of $5 million, but you are given 10 minutes to present. For you, we are giving you 5 minutes. So try to project the message you want us to hear in very simple ways. And if you have an area which is difficult, present it. But thank you so much. Millet is my favorite. I wish you all the best in your research.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, so let's welcome Lukia. Her study on modeling of iron acoustic solitary waves in magnetized electron positron ion plasma. This is a mouthful. Wow. Modeling of ion acoustic solitary waves issues around. Yeah, welcome, Dr. Peter. Modeling of ion acoustic solitary waves in magnetized three-component electron positron ion plasma. Wow. Okay, your time starts now. 10, 15.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Observe. My name is Aswa. My area of research is my supervisor, Dr. Isaac Habumudisha from Kabale University, and Edward Aswa from my outline of presentation. Is modeling of ion acoustic solitary structures. In brief, we call them solitons in a three-component, that is ions and electrons. Those are the the usual components that you know in plasma, but in addition to those ones, we have the plasma, and therefore it is important to study these because when they interact, because of dispersion defects, they form permanent structures. Those are the ion acoustic solitary structures, or the solitons. So these three component particles, the EPIs, are found in the inner regions that are being surrounded by the black holes, or are found in astronomical environments. Those are the black holes, the magnetosphere, the active galactic, and the solar atmospheres. So studying these localized structures is very important because we understand the universe. I've said that by studying these different types of plasma, it is very known that when they interact, they form these ion acoustic solitary structures, or solitons. So in this case, most of the researchers have studied these structures using the Boltzmann's distribution. But for my case, I'm going to use the Kappa distribution. Reason because they have high energy, vibrations, and have high temperatures. I've said in the previous slide that most of the researchers have studied EPIs using Boltzmann's distribution particles, but for me, I decided to use the Kappa distribution because they have high energy. So I said in the previous slide that most of the researchers have assumed to follow the Boltzmann distribution, which is known as the Maxwellian distribution, because this one spreads velocities of a gas at sub-equilibrium. This is common
Therefore, for me, I decided to use the kappa distribution because it is adequate and it has high energy distribution function in these plasma particles. So the kappa distribution is a 3-dimension, and it is given by that expression, which is named as equation 1. Where the variables, theta j, stands for Kj stands for spectral index, J stands for the 3 components, that is EPI, that is electrons, protons, and ions. The requirement is that the spectral index must be greater than 3/2 to satisfy the thermorealistic speed. So for Kj, greater than infinity, it comes back to a Maxwellian distribution, as you can see from the figure, that one which is indicated in red. But when for lower values of kappa distribution, it has high energy spectral index. For K is equal to 2, that one is shown in red. So when I'm modeling, I found it suitable to use a technique called the Sagdev technique because it is the best tool for modeling these iron acoustic solitary structures. So some of the researchers who have studied this, for example, like Singh and Likena, 2004, so he found that it was possible to find negative iron acoustic solitary waves. Then Sabre, 2009, used the Sagdev potential technique and derived the unenergy integral equation, and then he found both positive and negative solitary structures. Therefore, that's why I decided, or I found it very important to model using the Sagdev potential. Problem statement. That is my problem statement. Most of the iron acoustic solitary structures found in a 3-magnetized plasma have been studied in a pulsar magnetosphere using the Boltzmann distribution. Therefore, there is need to investigate these iron acoustic solitary structures in the EPI, whereby I modeled the ions using cold fluid, whereas the electrons and positons were modeled by the kappa distribution, as I've already said in the previous slide. The aim of the study was to investigate the behavior of iron acoustic solitary in application to astrophysical environments. My objectives: number 1 was to describe obliquely nonlinear solitary waves in magnetized EPI plasma. This one is already achieved because I've already published it, so you can find it on that website. Actually, today, where I need most improvement is on objective 2. I am analyzing nonlinear existence of large amplitude in a magnetized EPI plasma using the Sagdev potential. So here, I aimed at driving the Sagdev potential equation, and also I went ahead to investigate the effect of the plasma parameters to see how the parameters influence the properties of the iron acoustic solitary waves. My objective 3, I'm discussing also iron acoustic solitary structures using still the kappa distribution. In this case, it is a case of small amplitude. So here I employed a different technique called the KDV, that is Cotwell-Divaris equations using the perturbation theory. I will also, actually, I've already worked on it. I investigated the effects of the following parameters. That is the spectral index of electrons and positrons, the densities of positrons and protons, and the obliqueness, that is the angle between the wave propagation. My scope of study, actually, I used both analytical and numerical in order to explore how different parameters will affect the properties of the solitary structures. So using those two methods, the reductive perturbation theory and the pseudo-potential method, in addition to the effect of magnetic field and the positron component, because we are used to the two components, that is the EI. Significance of the study. As I said, that my area of interest, I'm dealing in theoretical astrophysics. So these theoretical results on the propagation of iron acoustic solitary structures in magnetized will contribute to the understanding of localized structures in the laboratory. Also, by studying the EPIs, we shall be able to understand space weather. That is, the Earth's atmosphere is constantly influenced by the solar wind. Solar wind, these are charged particles from the sun. And my significance continues. We will also understand astrophysical phenomena because many terrestrial bodies are surrounded by plasmas. So understanding the dynamics of EPIs will help us to understand astrophysical phenomena, such as cosmic rays and the star formation. So by understanding this will help us to understand the universe more. Also, for studying these EPIs will help us in the development of nuclear fusion energy because it improves on the efficiency and effectiveness of various technologies like telecommunications, material processing, and medical applications. Environmental monitoring phenomena such as effects of cosmic radiations and Earth's atmosphere. This will help us to access characteristics, especially on the astronomers. Then we have education value. It contributes, actually it contributes to education value. Methods.
2 minutes.
Methods. The description of my model, I said that I will use a 3-component magnetized EPI plasma. I will use certain equations because I said that I will employ the Sagdev equation, a Sagdev potential equation. So I will use, let me summarize. These are the model equations. The Poisson equation is key. Then, by integrating the velocity space, I will use the anomalized density equation of electrons and positrons. These are the model equations of continuity and the 3 momentum equations. Kina and Singh found only negative potential, whereas so that in that so these are my results, how I was finding the effect, the influence of those properties on the ion acoustic solitary waves. Then conclusion, I used the three components made of superthermal electrons and positrons with the cold inertia ions. Then the energy integral was determined using, as I told you, I used the governing equations of continuity and momentum equations. It was discovered in this objective of mine, it was discovered that only negative potential solitons were found, and the electrons and positrons were evenly distributed. It was also found out that the temperature ratio that was denoted by sigma had no detectable impact. It was found also that the SAGDEF potential techniques was found to be a useful tool for studying nonlinear dynamics. Then, since there are conclusions and recommendations, I recommend that an experimental investigation should be carried out. So I acknowledge my supervisors, the Department of Physics MUST, colleagues, ISP, that is the International Science Program of Uppsala University, Sweden. Thanks for your attention.
So if you are presenting to us, you present in a different way as opposed to when you are presenting to people who are doing physics. So if I were time you are defending, try to know that you have to present your work to be understood by a P3 person, somebody in primary 3. So for instance, what is astrophysics? Do you know what astrophysics is? Oh, she's from that department. Ah. Yeah, but like in simple terms, and then also try to include some pictures to really get us to see. And then, of course, what is the problem you're trying to solve? I had a hard time understanding. Yes, it is theoretical, but what is it we are trying to solve? Okay? You tell us in brief. And then in your conclusions, you also had methods in there. So if you're concluding, just conclude. You don't have to say using this, I found this. Because you've already told us what you've used, the equations you've used. Any other comments, Prof?
Thank you, Chair. Mine is to ask, look here, about the change that others had used, Holtzman's sort of method, and
Yes.
bring out something different from the other method that has been used before. You will respond after.
Okay.
Professor Reggie?
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Lukia, for your presentation. Like what the Chair mentioned earlier, that when you are presenting to non-subject team, people on that, people who are in that area, you present it in a simple way. You would have expected you to have started with what we are studying and why is it relevant to that area. Because you came later, you gave the significance of the study later, but it should have come earlier. Because you were wondering, talk about plasma. Are you talking about the plasma screen? Is it related to those material science or whatever? So it was a bit, it was very, very technical, but I think what the chair said, that next time you simplify it, bring some pictures. A picture is worth 1,000 words, bring some expected to show us about either the atmosphere, which area are you looking at, where are these ions affecting, what are they affecting, the communication, telecommunication, and whatever. It should have been that way. Otherwise, it is very technical, but it's a good presentation, and you have also made a very good progress. And recommendation, I don't know whether you have done all, because you mentioned you have done objective 1 and 2. You are left with objective 3? Objective 1.
I've already published objective 1.
Then others are work in progress.
Objective 2 and 3.
So are your conclusions and objectives, recommendations on objective 1?
Today my presentation was on objective 2 only.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Dr. Priscilla, Dr. Any? Okay.
Just a simple one. So you said you settled for the SACDEV potential. Which other models can be used?
Which other models can we use?
Yes.
So far, like in my third objective, I'm using a KDV, that is Kotweg, to study small potential amplitudes. Then for my first objective, I've used the dispersion relation, whereby, as someone has said, that I make it simple. In brief, I'm looking at wave propagation, how waves are propagating, and when they propagate, what happens. I'll say that since they are both linear and non-linear, so when they interact, because of dispersion effects, they form permanent structures. So these permanent structures are what we call the ionosaltary acoustic waves, commonly known as soltons. These soltons are important in optical fiber communication systems. Under optical fiber communication systems, this is where we find that data is being transmitted using standard wires and cabling. And this one is very common in areas like televisions, internet, and telephones. I think I've answered why it is relevant. Then, doctor asked me, why do I use copper? I say that I'm using particle distributions. We have various particle distributions. I say that we have those which are Maxwellians and non-Maxwellians. So, Maxwellians, we have like the Boltzmann's distribution. These ones, they describe the velocity of gases at some equilibrium. But these ones are common because many researchers have dealt with them. Therefore, I decided to use the non-Maxwellians because they are faster and they have high energy spectral indices. I think you saw in one of the slides, they were showing a high peak. So they are adequate compared to the Boltzmann's distribution.
Thank you. Any other question from the audience to this astrophysicist, Dr. Rose?
Thank you, Doc.
Yeah, and maybe finally, in your next presentation, try to bring out the significance. Ali, you presented a whole slide of significance. I know your study is important, but it can't be that significant. So try to hone in on why objective 1 is significant, why objective 2 is significant, why objective 3 is significant. It can't be significant in everything. Yeah, just pick out. So thank you so much. Can you give her a round of applause?
Thank you very much.
She goes back. Thank you so much, Naziwa.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, next we have Rose Hezekiah Jonathan Kilonga. He's going to talk to us about the impact of classroom environment on implementation of learner-centered instruction in selected secondary schools in Juba City, South Sudan. Wow. Again, hello? So Rose, you have 15 minutes, and we'll give you 10 minutes for question and answer. And members here, you're also free to ask a question or comment or advice. Over to you, Rose.
Good morning. I'm Rose Hezekiah Jonathan, PhD student, Faculty of Science, Department of Educational Foundations and Psychology. My study is about the impact of classroom environment on the implementation of learner-centered instruction in selected secondary schools in Juba City, South Sudan. Why am I looking at this study? Because learner-centered instruction is now the educational trend. All of the global world is now moving towards learner-centered instruction for the search of quality education. So in my background, in 2018, South Sudan launched and implemented a competency-based curriculum that is from preschool up to secondary level. And the 2014 National Curriculum Framework is saying that the teaching and learning strategies should be learner-centered. My problem statement is that learner-centered needs extended, fruitful, lively, polite environment that encourage equitable learning styles and then well-equipped teachers to apply learner-centered instruction. So although Chapter 237 of Higher Education Act 2012 said that the general objective of higher education is to modernize higher education, support its capacity, utilize its resources better, and then develop its methodologies, technologies to ensure effective role. But yet, all the high educational institutions within South Sudan that is preparing teachers are still using the teacher-centered approach of teaching, which is inconsistent to the demand of the curriculum. Then secondly, the General Education Strategic Plan 2017-2022 pointed out various challenges that is related to access and equity in delivering secondary education in general. So among these challenges were insufficient number of qualified teachers, lack of classrooms, facilities such as laboratories, libraries, storage, and then lack of relevant teaching and learning textbooks. So generally, lack of all those facilities will affect the implementation of the curriculum negatively, and then it may lead to lack of achievement of the intended learning outcomes or incompatible competencies. So my objectives generally, first is to find out what are the instructional strategies that is applied in secondary schools generally. Then after that, if learner-centered instruction is applied, which strategies are existent? Then thirdly, we see the modes of assessment, because the mode of assessment in learner-centered approach of teaching is different from the one that is used in teacher-centered approach of teaching. Then objective number 4 is to identify the barriers that is hindering the implementation of learner-centered instruction. So the justification for this study is that teaching varies from one context to another. So it is important to examine the implementation of learner-centered instruction in the context of South Sudan. Although there are many studies that are carried examining implementation of learner-centered instruction, but I feel that it is important to examine it in the context of South Sudan. And then secondly, since launching and implementation of the curriculum, there are few studies that are conducted to examine the accomplishment or to demonstrate the accomplishment of learner-centered instruction. The significance is that it will tell us more about the educational processes, distribution, effect, and quality. Then secondly, it is important in outlining the nature of support that is required by teachers, learners, and schools in order to improve instructional practices that is in line with the policy. Then thirdly, it will tell us the gap that exists between policy and practice. And then it will be beneficial for other scholars. The theoretical underpinning for the study is based on constructivism, and then constructivism has got two paradigms, that is cognitive constructivism and social constructivism. But this study will be supported by social constructivism because of what social constructivism emphasizes as what is called the zone of proximal development. It is a cognitive bridge which tells us what learners are capable of doing independently and what they are capable of doing with assistance from the more knowledgeable. Because learner-centered is talking about learner-directed learning. That is, the learning process is directed by the learner. The focus is on the learner. What learners can be able to do with help of others, or as a result of interacting with peers inside the classroom. So this theory is explaining exactly what is taking place inside the class. Then the conceptual framework, I have the independent variable the constructs are availability of teachers' background training, classroom size, seating arrangement, availability of teaching learning materials, then classroom infrastructure. Then the dependent variable, the constructs are modes of instruction employed, learner-centered instructional strategies, learner-centered modes of assessment, then barriers hindering the implementation of learner-centered instruction. Then we have the intervening variables are the degree of classroom flexibility, interactions pattern, content of delivery, then motivation. So the geographical scope, the study is confined to Juba City because most of the schools in Juba City are at least better resourced in terms of basic infrastructure, teaching and learning materials, and then availability of teachers. Secondly, these schools fall within accessible localities. And then thirdly, the national and state government of the Republic of South Sudan with all its ministries fall within Juba City. So the population under study are teachers, head teachers, and then officials from the National Ministry of General Education and Instruction in Department of Curriculum and Inspection. So the teachers were selected because they are practitioners and they are well-versed with classroom practices. The head teachers are practitioners and then they are administrators. Meanwhile, officials in General Ministry, in Ministry of General Education and Instruction are policy makers. So they are knowledgeable on policies concerning classroom practices. So the research philosophy is based on pragmatism approach. So ontologically, pragmatism believes in the existence of one reality independent of the mind that is outside the researcher's mind, and then different perception of this reality in the social actor's mind. The approach of getting knowledge is based on what works to help the investigator achieve his or her objectives, and then the axiological assumption allow the researcher to be biased only by the degree necessary to enhance his or her research in order to get her objectives. So the methodology I use is a mixed method, convergent parallel design, because it allows collection of both quantitative and qualitative all at one time. And this one will minimize for the researcher the time spent in the field. Then why do I use mixed method is because of the complementary strengths. That is, using one method to support the other one will help the researcher to understand the problem or to achieve her objective or to get better results. Then triangulation of the research results using different approaches of collecting and analyzing data will give us a complete understanding of the phenomena under study. Then the use of convergent parallel design, as I said, will minimize the time spent. So the validity of the instrument was detected using content validity ratio, and then it was found to be 1.0, and then the reliability of the instrument was detected through test-retest, and then computed with the SPSS, and then the inter-class correlation coefficient was 0.955 average measure. The interview guide for trustworthiness of the qualitative data, it is done through constructing questions in such a way that they sought spontaneous, specific, and relevant answers from interviewees, then paraphrasing the questions and keeping in touch with participants, then member checking. Data collection and analysis. Quantitative data was collected using self-administered questionnaires with 4-type linked scale, and then qualitative data was collected through interviews and focus group discussion between June 5th and then August the 30th. Quantitative data was analyzed using descriptive statistics, while qualitative data was analyzed using thematic analysis. So this was the general overview of my study, but I'm going to present the findings, the preliminary findings of objective 1. So the study sought for the respondents' perception on instructional strategies employed in secondary school. So I utilize grand mean in order to simplify or to sum up the mean value and then divide by the total. This is the summary of the table of findings. And then the study findings find that majority of respondents has got high perception that instructional strategies exist and are interactive learning directed by the learner and then lecturing. Respondents also had high perceptions that activities were done by the teacher. Learners rarely participate in planning and involvement of activities. And then on contrary, respondents had low perception on activities implemented inside and outside the classroom, demonstration as a teaching strategy, and then brainstorming while exposing learners to new topics. Interviews indicate that large majority of participants investigated were aware about the new approach of teaching that is supposed to be conducted, but due to the nature of the classroom environment, the teachers just restrict themselves to activities such as recap of previous lesson, then oral exercise, and after explanation, and then give learners assignments. Also, in an interview with a teacher of maths and physics, the teacher pointed that he gives 2 to 3 examples and then later on involve learners with questions to be solved inside the classroom. So this was his statement. I usually explain the theoretical part of the lesson and end up describing the experiment theoretically. When I reach the critical part of the experiment, I display pictures to the learners due to overwhelming questions. I usually partake learners through questioning. This is CRE teacher, then organize them into groups, nominate a group leader to assist the rest. A history teacher, the only procedure of engaging learners is through giving them assignment. And then one of the key administrators said that teachers manage to implement learner-centered with only some few topics. Based on the findings, the teachers restrict themselves to activities due to factors such as large class size, shortages of learners' textbooks, and then limited teaching and learning materials. And this one pushed the teachers to resort to teacher-centered mode of teaching instead of learner-centered.
Yeah, thank you. Time up. That's your final slide, right? Yeah, it's 16 minutes, so yeah, over time. I think let's give you some feedback. Thank you for your excellent presentation. You seem to be so passionate about this subject. Are you a teacher also? Yes, she's a teacher, yes, you can see. Yeah, so number one for me, you need to summarize your problem statement, which to me was saying lack of this and that and that. So you need to be clear what was lacking, what is lacking that you're trying to investigate. 2, it didn't come out clearly. You're looking at the instructional strategy. Was this before the Ministry of Education laid out the curriculum in South Sudan or after? Because like here in Uganda, all schools are supposed to have a curriculum that they are following, guided by the Ministry of Education. So when you're looking at the instructional strategy, it's like you're looking at what people are doing. Like everyone is doing their own thing. You're trying to find out what they are doing. That's what I'm understanding. So is it before the South Sudan Ministry of Education laid out their curriculum, or you're studying the period after? Then when it comes to your statistical section, you need to make it clear for each of the objectives, because you showed us the independent variables, but you showed us multiple dependent variables. So when you have multiple dependent variables, I expected to hear multivariate analysis of variance or maneuver in your analysis, but I didn't hear it. Neither did I hear the sample size that you are dealing with. how many people did you finally enumerate? You just showed us some table of descriptives, but there were variables there that were not in your list, which you showed us in the first slide. So you need to fix that. Any other comments?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Rose, for the presentation. I also have a follow-up question on your sampling procedure. You are saying that you chose Juba City because it has the best resources, and that's where the ministry is more centered. But when I look at your title, you want to look at the impact of classroom environment. So if you look for only schools that are well resourced, how are your study findings going to inform where the schools are really doing poorly? That's one question. Question number 2, maybe following that, the justification for choice of the schools in saying that they are more accessible, they are more resourced is not scientific. So you have to find a better scientific justification, not your convenience. Then in the problem statement, you told us that the schools in Juba City are still doing teacher-centered. But your title is about impact of classroom environment on implementation of learner-centered. So the schools you chose, where did you get the learner-centered? How did you sample to get the learner-centered so that you can measure this impact? And I also want to hear how actually did you measure this impact, because it does not come out clearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our presenter this morning. I, first of all, want to thank you for this far you've gone and the confidence. And I also want to thank you for having chosen to use mixed methods, because I know many a times researchers either want only the quantitative or qualitative. And I'm really impressed that you can confidently bring out the justification why you are using convergent, parallel, mixed methods. Having said that, I want to first of all pick your thoughts on what are the ethical considerations that you addressed when you set out to do this work. Because I take note of the fact that you interviewed teachers and head teachers, but I've not heard of what exactly you did before you interacted with them. Does this study, was it cleared by a REC? How did you handle it in Juba, knowing that if you were cleared here, our REC and UNCST jurisdiction ends here? And then the other one is about, so Professor Kagoro has talked about the selection of schools, but personally I'm interested in knowing how many were private, the teachers and the head teachers whom you interviewed, because I don't think that I saw that. Maybe I missed it out. And then your objective 4, if you can quickly maybe flash objective 4 so that I am very sure of what I'm talking about. I did see something like barriers. Yeah, barriers of something. and the title is Impact, so I was kind of getting lost. Identify the barriers hindering implementation of learner-centered, and kindly flash the title. Yeah, the impact of classroom environment. Those two do not really seem to be rhyming. Maybe you need to look at the title again and your major objective, your main objective, so that you try maybe to find a way of maybe inserting barriers, because I'm thinking about impact, and someone has talked about the dependent variable. So what would you call your primary outcome? And having used mixed methods, do you have a particular hypothesis, or whatever comes out is what you are going to analyze, and then you come up with a conclusion? And then the other one is, this is my last one. So you chose to use a 4-point Likert scale. Why not 5? Why not 7? Why 4? Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead and summarize in 2 minutes.
Okay, summarize the problem statement. I will look into that. And then the multiple dependent variables. I think in the beginning, I gave the whole overview of the study. That's why we have several constructs in the framework. Restrict to Juba, it is a policy. And if we are talking about policy, let me look at the schools that are at least better resourced. Will they really implement the policy or not? Leave away the schools that are in the rural areas with these diverse challenges that we have. Will the schools in the city really be able to implement the policy or not? So the selection of the schools in the whole of Juba County, we have 34 secondary schools. So the sample size for my study is 15 schools. And this is calculated through Human formula. So out of the 15, 8 are public schools, and then 7 are private schools. My sample size for the quantitative study is 225 teachers. And then the head teachers are all the 15 head teachers for the 15 selected schools. Then in the ministry, I have 2 people, and then 2 in examination, and then 2 in Department of Inspection. So the sample size for the qualitative study is the 15 head teachers, and then I have 16 teachers for general subjects: history, physics, chemistry, biology. So all the teachers teaching the main subjects are selected. So in total, there are 16 teachers for interviews, and then 15 head teachers for the interview, plus the 4 key informants in the ministry. And also the sample size is calculated using Human formula. So the barriers in my objective is, I'm looking at how the classroom environment is affecting the implementation of learner-centered, because learner-centered is a policy that is stipulated in the curriculum framework. So I'm seeing how the classroom will affect its implementation. That's why I included the barriers. What are the barriers that will hinder the implementation of learner-centered instruction?
Thank you so much. As we mentioned before, this is not a defense. So we are here to really guide, advise, make you think differently about your work. I think you need to take her question very seriously. You cannot talk of impact of classroom environment when you don't have a comparison group of people who don't have classroom. So that's a big limitation, because you're saying you want to study only people in classes. So if you can't compare learner-centered instruction among students without classrooms, you cannot come and tell us of the classroom environment. Do you understand that? Yeah, so you might want to rephrase your PhD title, because you cannot talk of impact of something when you're not comparing it with people who don't have it. Okay? And then, of course, the other advice that our members provided. So thank you so much. Clap for her. Yes?
Just General, she didn't respond to the REC issue.
I got the REC clearance from MUST.
Okay.
I presented my proposal to the head department, then I got clearance from the department, then after that I submitted to REC, then I got the clearance.
Then the other...
We have to stop. We have to stop, I'm sorry, because they are telling me the VC is here, and I want us to give chance to the last presenter in this session to talk to us about to Hamize Barbara. Is she here? Carbapenem resistance genes in Enterobacteriaceae isolated from UTI outpatients in southwestern Uganda. You only have 10 minutes because I'm told the VC is here and they want to present.
Okay.
So let's give you 10 minutes.
Everyone, I'm Barbara Hamize. I'm a PhD student from the Faculty of Medicine in the Department of Medical Microbiology. I hope I can get the slides fast. I had planned to present some of the findings, a few that we have, so I'll try and move as fast as I can. The overall title of the PhD is Epidemiology and Transmission Dynamics of Carbapenem-resistant Enterobacteriaceae in healthcare and community settings in southwestern Uganda. And my research supervisors are Associate Professors Joel Bazira and Frederick Yarugaba. And my doctoral committee is comprised of 3 members, 2 of which are my supervisors, and the third is Dr. Deus Tusubia. So a small outline, I'm going to introduce the general study briefly and the problem statement, the objectives, and the progress so far. And in the progress, I'll present one of the objectives which we've been able to publish. So antimicrobial resistance, I think it's a term, AMR, that has been repeated over and over, maybe new to some of us. We get to see it causing us... We get to see it causing a significant global health threat worldwide, where we get to see it directly or indirectly linked to over 6 million deaths annually due to infections caused by these organisms that are not responding to antibiotics. This AMR is, however, not limited to only human pathogenic bacteria. We get to see it also in the non-pathogenic bacteria in food-producing animals and environment. And this AMR spread in the One Health sector is attributed to misuse of antibiotics both in human, veterinary, and agriculture sector. Carbapenems, which are our interest of this study, are vital because they are a group of beta-lactam which we consider as reserved or last resort. But these organisms have, of the family Enterobacteriaceae, it's a group of organisms that reside in the gut. Move, and wherever they go, if it's the urinary tract, they get to cause infection wherever they move. So a problem statement, we get to see that these carbapenem, starting from the background that we have, these carbapenem-resistant Enterobacteriaceae are a public health threat due to their resistance to our last resort antibiotics. And we get to see them emerging, the numbers are reported increasing in hospitals, and they are linked to morbidity and mortality and treatment costs. However, research has documented, including a previous research that I was part of, done in the communities of southwestern Uganda, have documented that these carbapenem-resistant Enterobacteriaceae are not confined in healthcare settings. We get to see them also emerging in the community, affecting individuals without recent healthcare exposure. Now, the ability to spread rapidly with both healthcare facilities and the community is what drove this study to look at the transmission dynamics at the hospital community interface. So our general objective is to determine phenotypic and genotypic prevalence, phylogenetic status, transmission dynamics, and epidemiological factors of these carbapenem-resistant Enterobacteriaceae, or CRE, in healthcare and community settings in southwestern Uganda. We have 5 specific objectives. Number 1, conducting a global systematic review and meta-analysis on prevalence of CRE in humans, livestock, and environment. Number 2, to determine the prevalence of this CRE among UTI patients and associated factors in southwestern Uganda. And then objective 3, to determine the prevalence of this CRE in corresponding household members of the UTI patients and associated factors. 4, to determine the prevalence of this CRE in corresponding livestock and environment in the communities of the UTI patients. And 5, which is the last, to describe the phylogenetic relationship of this CRE isolated from the UTI patients, corresponding household members, livestock, and the environment. So the progress so far, we've been able to have 2 publications. The first objective was published in Scientific Reports, which is the systematic review and meta-analysis of the global prevalence of Enterobacteriaceae in humans, livestock, and environmental samples. The second publication was recently published in Curious, which I wanted to give us a little glimpse into. I hope time allows me, but I'll try and do my best. So this was part of objective 2. What we looked at, it was an investigation into carbapenem resistance in the Enterobacteriaceae among outpatients with UTI, urinary tract infections in southwestern Uganda. Those were the authors. So the background, we already have a background from the previous general study. We know that in the 6 million deaths annually due to antimicrobial resistance, urinary tract infections are among them, and they constitute 40%. And these are due to gram-negative organisms belonging to the family Enterobacteriaceae. We get to see that they've been observed to exhibit resistance, leading to severe recurrent infections. And this has been due to the genes that they do carry, which are the carbapenemase genes that we are studying in this study. BLA-VIM, BLA-NDM, there are 5 of them. We are going to see them in the results. And in Uganda, where we see poor sanitation and misuse of antibiotics, where someone can easily get an antibiotic all over, easily on the counter, there's an acceleration in the spread of this CRE, highlighting the need for a One Health approach. So I think we talked about that. So the methods, this was a cross-sectional descriptive study in southwestern Uganda, including 111 UTI patients with carbapenemase genes. This sample size was determined using Kish and Leslie formula, and it gave us, we are using 111 UTI patients. We used, this was selected from 2,371 symptomatic patients that were presenting at the health centers, Bwizihara and Rubaya. And we would, the urine samples that we would collect, we would transport them and view them here in the hospital. do cultures on them and the different biochemical tests. And we stopped collecting samples when we reached a sample size of 111, where we were using PCR as the gold standard. So we shall see the results that break that down. Data was analyzed using frequencies, proportions, and displayed in tables and charts. We received ethical approval. Faculty Research Committee, Mbarara University cleared us, and the REC Committee of Bishop Stewart. By then, the REC Committee of Mbarara University was not receiving the proposal. It was under, I don't know whether I can describe a renovation. And then we also got clearance from the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. Those are the approval numbers. In addition, we also sought from the District Health Office and the hospital in charges of Bwizibwe and Rubaya to conduct the studies. Even the patients were consented before samples were collected. This is a flowchart of the UTI participants. We had symptomatic patients who are 2,371 that were presenting in this healthcare, in these Bwizibwe and Rubaya health centers. Of these, after culturing and several biochemical tests, enterobacteria were 455. We had intended to use PCR as the gold standard because of a previous study we carried in the community, which showed that DST normally misses the genes. So PCR was a gold standard, but still, with the 455, we continued and screened them phenotypically with the meropenem and itapenem to know the prevalence, and all these were subjected to PCR. So of the 455, that's why we removed the 111 that were carrying the genes of resistance, the 5 genes of carbapenem resistance. So this is the distribution of organisms in the 455 that carried Enterobacteriaceae. Escherichia coli was the most predominant, followed by Klebsiella. And comparing the different tests, even though we knew and studies have documented that genotypic tests are more, they can detect more than the phenotypic tests. We still conducted this susceptibility testing and got only 26 of the organisms, the Enterobacteriaceae, out of the 455 that were studied, displaying the phenotypic resistance. And genotypic resistance with polymerase chain reaction gave us 111 that harbored either one or more of the carbapenemase genes, giving us a prevalence of 24. We can see that genotypic prevalence was higher than phenotypic prevalence. Now, of the 111, Klebsiella harbored most of the carbapenemase encoding genes from the chart. Then the distribution of the carbapenemase encoding genes, we looked at 5 genes: BLA-IMP, BLA-NDM, BLA-KPC, BLA-VIM, and BLA-OXA48. Among the 5 genes studied, BLA-IMP was the most prevalent with 32.4%, and followed by BLA-NDM. We saw BLA-VIM and OXA48 having a similar distribution of 20.7%. And we had organisms that had multiple resistance. You find it's a single, like if you look at the first Klebsiella organism, it was one isolate. It had 4 genes of resistance: VIM, NDM, IMP, and KPC. So the circled organism, the circled numbers shows us that most of the organisms had more than 2 genes of resistance when we detected with PCR. On the other hand, NDM was seen to be most harbored in most of the organisms that had multiple resistance. So overall, our findings, from our study, we get to see that Escherichia coli, like seen in the graphs below initially, Escherichia coli and Klebsiella were the most predominant uropathogens, and this was comparable with a study done in Uganda by Odoki and in the US by Dani. And Citrobacter and Enterobacter were also among the organisms we isolated. This was also compared to the 2 studies carried in US and India. This is not shocking despite the country, because these organisms form biofilms which enable them to adhere to the urogenital mucous membrane.
Final slide.
One slide, okay. So that's a summary of our findings and the discussion. And the genes are quite worrying. Like the BLA-IMP gene was found most prevalent with 32.4. And This was comparable with an earlier study done in 2014 by Mushi in Tanzania, which found IMP still being the most prevalent. On the other hand, a study done by Mpire in 2015 in our setting, southwestern Uganda, reported no BLA-IMP, which shows that our findings highlight an emerging gene pool of carbapenemase genes to include BLA-IMP, likely from the neighboring countries. And BLA-VIM was also high, and in 2024, we are looking at 20.7. In Mushi and colleagues in 2014 got a prevalence of 12.3, and Mpire and colleagues in 2015 had a prevalence of 19.6, which shows an increasing spread of the BLA-VIM gene, which carries the broadest range of substrate hydrolysis when compared with the other carbapenem genes. We get to see it degrading nearly all the beta-lactams except the monobactams. And if, of course, it's a threat because we're looking at carbapenem being our last resort antibiotics, and look at the genes of resistance that we are seeing. Surprisingly, a recent study in 2020 conducted in China reported no BLA-VIM in the carbapenem-resistant Enterobacteriaceae strains isolated, which is probably due to the restriction of antibiotic usage in these countries compared to us. So the other genes were also found, BLA-NDM, which is normally found on easily transmissible plasmids at high frequency, and NDM was the gene that we got to see more coharbored by most of the multi-drug resistant bacteria. Yeah, I think I've completed. I would emphasize on the high prevalence of 14.4 of the organisms that harbored multiple genes of resistance. It's probably I would give a recommendation. We get to see from the result that disk susceptibility testing, which we do routinely in the hospital, does not detect so keenly like PCR. So probably we could implement molecular diagnostic tools such as PCR in healthcare settings, which may be hard because they're expensive, but on the other hand, clinicians should consider use of carbapenemase inhibitors such as avibactam whenever a carbapenemase gene is suspected, even though the phenotypic resistance is not identified. I think that is it. These are some of the references.
Yeah, thank you so much. Please clap for her. Yeah, this is a good analysis. I just have a few comments. How far are you? You had objective one is a meta-analysis. Is that done and published?
Yes, it was published.
I expected you to show us the findings from that. Then in your flowchart, I think you might need to redo it because a flowchart is supposed to flow. From 455, it shouldn't flow to 455. Maybe you just retain it as one arrow going down with those PCR and DST all staying on the 455 because, I mean, usually when you split, it means you are dividing the 455, 200 for PCR, 200 for, but in this case it's the same number. DST in full is what?
Disk susceptibility testing.
It's a non-standard abbreviation. You might need to show it earlier. Any other comments? Comments. She's doing well. Eh? So you're left with objective 2, 3.
So there are 5. Yeah, there are 5 objectives. Objective 1 was published. Objective 2. That was the publication that was released. However, there's another publication that we've given in the journal. It has still part of objective 2, but we have finished data collection. Okay. We have finished data collection. So we had 2,371 UTI patients, and the ones that had Enterobacteriaceae were 455. Now, the ones that had genes of resistance, PCR was a gold standard. We followed them into their homes, picked from a community member, a livestock sample, and environmental sample. We finished all that. So we are doing the write-ups and probably looking at the last objective, which is a little bit thicker with sequencing. but we finished the rest.
So you're on schedule to graduate on time? Yeah, congratulations.
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Barbara, I just need a clarification on your samples, because you began with the UTI patients, among which you went to their households, then you, among the households, went to those that had livestock. So what was the final sample from which you did your fifth objective? Was it all cross-cutting, or was it a sample of households where they had UTI, had livestock, and also, what was the other one? Something like that. I think you understand my question.
I've understood you. Am I allowed to respond?
Hi, thank you so much. I think this is a really important topic. I think my questions were, in terms of the general prevalence of the carbophenamases, how did it compare with other similar regions? I know that you talked a little bit about the specific genes, but how does the, as a clinician, the genes are, for me, not as important as just, the drugs themselves. So how does that compare between other areas? And then did you find a difference between the rural and urban populations that you were studying? Because often that's an important thing to look at in these terms of resistance patterns. And then I think, just as a comment, I think be careful in overstating your results. I think that while you found certain percentages, your total number is quite small. And so whether or not this actually does represent an emerging new gene or a huge increase, it might. There might just be that you had a different population than the other studies. And so I think just always be careful, because overstating always raises questions in the reader, whereas I think you have amazing results, but I think you just have to always be careful in how you frame them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Barbara. I want to pick your thoughts on your dissemination plan. How are you planning to disseminate these findings, and to who? And then I didn't hear very well about your sampling strategy. So your work was done in Bwizibwera, and I'm forgetting the other district, but then how did you get to the households? I didn't hear that. How representative are your results? That is what I'm saying.
Yeah, please respond in brief. We will only have 10 minutes to go for tea.
I'm sorry, I summarized the work. I went through it because I had 10 minutes. But when I begin with the first question, so objective 5 is looking at phylogeny. I think I could answer the question with Professor Gertrude's question. So I was part of a bigger study called Hatua in 2022. And when I got a chance to enter the community of Southwestern Uganda, I was interested in knowing the prevalence of KPC gene in these communities. When we did that study, it was quite interesting to see the gene having an almost similar prevalence with the livestock they had. That's what stimulated to see the dynamics. So, and in that study, when we did disc susceptibility testing, we did not detect the genes of resistance. We had only 4 out of 192 that displayed resistance on the bench, and we had 80 out of 192 that displayed resistance showed to be able to, that carried that harbored the gene. So for this specific study, we used PCR as the gold standard. We began at the health centers, Bwizibwera and Rubaya, and we used the Kish and Leslie formula to determine the 111 PCR positive isolates. So we collected from the participants' urine samples, we would take them to the laboratory, identify Enterobacteriaceae through culture and biochemical tests, and after that, we would subject these samples to PCR. So that's how we got the 111. So our interest was to follow the 111 home, not all the 455. So these 111, we followed them home, picked from another household member, picked an environmental sample. We were using boot socks. We wear them, they're like stockings, they're sterile. Move around the different areas of the environment and come back and culture them. Also picked from the livestock these individuals had. So at the hospital, when we were recruiting participants, were quite, the proposal is defined, it's quite clear in the proposal. We would ensure that the participants we are recruiting have livestock at their home and they don't stay alone. So that is how we took the community members. So when we reached the community, we picked urine samples from our community member, environmental samples, and livestock to address the other objectives. As we were interacting with these people, we used questionnaires to address the factor of associated factors. This was at the hospital and both at the community. The data is still raw because we've just moved out of the field, so it's not yet put together, but at least we were able to have this one for the ready by today. Then, so objective 5 is looking at phylogeny, relatedness of the genes that we find in the hospital, the community, the livestock, and the environment. We want to see who is giving who, because research documents bilateral distribution, but we want to know what is the likelihood of someone having a carbapenem-resistant enterobacteriaceae to spread it to their home. That is what we want to see in objective 5. We shall use sequencing to do that. The other question was about the, thank you so much for the concerns. I will try to make sure that I will not overstate. I took that. Then the comparison, this was a summary, but the comparison with the other studies of carbapenem-resistant enterobacteriaceae, I could probably have missed it out in the results, but in the discussion we were trying to see the comparison. I think I talked only a few about Escherichia coli and Klebsiella. Maybe did you mean the genes or the organisms? I think I missed that part. Because I remember he stated about that I missed about the comparison of the enterobacteriaceae, but I will look into the work and probably add it if I missed it. Then the dissemination plan, I hope I haven't missed a question. As we were for patient management, all these people that had enterobacteriaceae, we subjected them to we were using other discs for disc susceptibility. We used linezolid, other antibiotics to help in patient management, because even though we are looking at carbapenems, they're quite expensive for the patients to afford them. So we had a line of 9 antibiotics, among which was amoxiclav, linezolid, ceftriaxone, cefixime, tetracycline. And these results, we took them back to the patients, to the participants, and we would tell them this is sensitive, this is resistant. I didn't have funding. I've been funding my own self, so I could not really purchase these antibiotics for them, but at least I could give them the patterns. The dissemination plan so far, we plan to publish them, and I'm trying to see if I can get funding, then we can get to see how we can engage the different stakeholders, the veterinarians, the environmental sector, to bring it on a One Health approach. I don't know whether I've answered all the questions. Yes, thank you for that. I've been trying to access Food and Agriculture Organization to look for collaboration, and through them, because the funding is a little tight for me to reach the different communities, and it requires engaging veterinarians. These farmers were hard to approach alone. I had to use veterinarians to enter their homes. So sensitization, I talked to the veterinarians, and with the funding, Food and Agriculture Organization accepted to collaborate with us. We are having a meeting in February, and then we can see how the communities can learn more about this One Health AMR spread. That is the plan so far, but the data is still raw.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Please clap for her. Thank you for joining us for this morning session. I think our candidates, you have clearly you're doing very impactful work and important work. Just a few things to work on: your communication skills, presentation skills. I think the science is solid. It's just the small things which are also very important that you have to work on. I think let's stop here and go for a health break, but I suspect we might have to pick whatever and come back because we are about 10 minutes late. I need to be guided where the health break is going to be held. Who is our rapporteur? Ruth? Where is Ruth? Nama? Oh, you've been capturing everything? Okay. Okay, you will report. I think Professor Leji, you'll be chairing the next session. So where is the health break?
We have the PhD Symposium, and it's to give what I would call courage and inspiration to anyone doing a PhD. Madam Vice Chancellor, like you noticed yesterday, one of the persons in the audience said they're scared to start their PhD. They needed motivation and all that. Today, we see those who took courage to start, and we shall hear one of them sharing their story to inspire others that may be fearing to start. Without wasting time, let's rise for the anthems, and we'll have our opening prayer. I'll request Brian to take the microphone to the person of their choice to lead the prayer. So let's rise for the anthems, ladies and gentlemen. O Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hands. United, free for liberty, together we'll always stand. E Mungu twawomba uyilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Mbarara University, succeed we must. With God's will, we shall make the best of must. Let us unite and cooperate to build the nation in different sectors. Our pride and ego will shine forever and will be victors. My alma mater, long live Mbarara University, ut limum viva.
Let us humble ourselves and pray. Our loving Father, we want to thank you for this morning. We thank you for the gift of life. And we thank you that we've been able to be here as MUST. We pray that whatever that we're going to discuss here, as we do encourage our PhD students, Father Lord, we need your wisdom. Give us your knowledge and let us be what you want us to be. May your will be done in this MUST and even in the entire country. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maureen. Let's take our seats. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Pauline Biachika-Chiwika, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor in Academic Affairs, Professor Nixon Kamukama, the Director, DRGT,
Associate Professor Vincent Batwala, the Chair of the PhD Symposium, Dr. Fred Kagwa, our mentors here present, our partners here present, in no specific order, Global Health Collaborative, Epicenter, Holy Care, and the others like Centenary Bank, TRAC, Boston University, Gale and TAL, Urban Architecture, and Massachusetts General Hospital. Our students and mentors, welcome to the 9th Annual PhD Symposium. Madam Vice Chancellor, the PhD Symposium, like we earlier said, came up as a way of motivating PhD students not to get stage frightened. From here, they get comments that help them build onto their PhD. Madam Vice Chancellor, we shall hear an experience story from one of the PhD students, one that you've not heard of, and we'll also have remarks from the different organizers. Allow me at this moment, Madam Vice Chancellor, to welcome the Director of Graduate School to come and give the opening remarks, who, according to protocol, will invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor, who by protocol, the Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor will invite the Vice Chancellor. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. The Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academic affairs, members of the Senate present, the members of the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training Board, the Program Director, Global Health Collaborative, the Deputy Director in charge of First Mile Program at MGH, experts from other universities that were invited and present here. I recognize Professor Henry Mutebi from MUPS, Dr. Tukundane Cuthbert from UMU, Uganda Matters University, Dr. Mpangwile Viola from MUPS, Dr. Kansime Noel from BSU. Dean is here present. Academicians in your respective capacities, the Deputy Program Director, Global Health Collaborative, and Senior Program Manager, Global Health Collaborative, and the members of convocation, students, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to the 9th PhD Symposium. First, I want to thank you students for choosing the university, Mbarara University of Science and Technology to be specific, as your destination for the PhD program that you are doing here. And Professor, I want to thank you again for the PhD Symposium initiative. The symposium brings together you students, your supervisors, and other researchers to share what you've been doing, what you are cooking with a wider audience. And I also want to thank you supervisors for not allowing you students to submit their work here, but also you are present to support your students. And I want to encourage you to welcome the views from the audience and also to chip in and support your students, because this is not a viva, and therefore you get good feedback. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to commend all stakeholders coordinated by the Office of Academic Registrar that monitor the accreditation status of our programs. Currently, the university has 12 PhD programs. We have PhD in medicine. We have PhD in development studies, PhD in business administration, PhD in computing by research, PhD in biomedical engineering, and 7 PhD programs in the Faculty of Science that include PhD in biology, PhD in chemistry, PhD in physics, PhD in mathematics, PhD in curriculum instruction and media studies, PhD in education administration and planning, and PhD in educational psychology. Just as I have already said, we operate on an open door policy. We encourage you students to come anytime you want to be helped. Not only with the problems, but even when you have good news to share with us. Just this morning, as I was going out, one of the students rushed and stopped me and informed me that thank you very much, I was promoted. And Seriously, can you raise your hand? Yes. He is from the level of lecturer and is now a senior lecturer. We want to hear this good news. Even if you've been appointed a minister, maybe even elected councillor, district councillor, we want to hear this good news. So that when we come to the district, we know you are there. Yes. I want to remind you students that you need to keep updating your academic files so that you don't have a hiccup when you want to wind up your program. We have noted that your files sometimes are missing these documents. The registration forms, so you need to update your registration status and any payments that you may make, including a National Council for Higher Education of 20,000 per year. Progress reports, correspondences with the funder and the employer regarding your status here, because sometimes they come and do background check, and if you don't have a document on your file, then you have nothing to report about you. Faculty Research Committee clearance, MUST clearance, and the UNCST, if the MUST told you to go there. But yesterday we are told all PhD studies have to be cleared by the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. Administrative clearance of studies, the sites where you are doing studies, publications, and any other documents that you consider necessary or important for your program. I want to assure you that the university is ready to help you to complete your program. Just last month on 19th, we saw 16 PhD students walking away with their degrees. Once again, I want to thank the supervisors and all members of MUST staff that help our students to go through these programs. I welcome you again and thank management and Dr. Kagwa for organizing this event. Either we are the chair of subcommittee PhD Symposium and other members that have supported us to hold this symposium. successfully succeed, we must. Now I take the honor to welcome the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs, who is also the pioneer initiator of this PhD symposium. Professor, you're welcome.
Thank you, Professor Batwala. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our Vice Chancellor, professors present, doctors, students. You are welcome to this PhD symposium, which started in 2016. And as Dr. Batwala has clearly stated, the purpose of this symposium is to bring you together with your supervisors so that you engage your supervisors, you raise any issues you have, and also it is part of the learning process. So that when you are out there or seated out there, it is important to listen and pick a message, of course, from those who are presenting. Don't come here to sit and relax. At least you must go back after you've learned something. That is the purpose. Of course, I want to appreciate the supervisors who are here, because you are in charge of the process. We are here to enable the future of the students, and we appreciate you. You've done really a great work. Because at the end of the day, when you are out there, I always really get excited when a person tells me, you taught me, you supervised me. It's a big achievement. And we are here to provide that service. That's why you are a professor, that's why you are a PhD holder. Now, to students, you should, first of all, go back and find out, why do you need a PhD? Is it just because your colleague is a PhD holder? You must know why you need a PhD. Because if you don't define or you have an answer to that question, then you are going to disturb your supervisors. It's very, very important. Why do you need it? So, and again, after getting it, do you have it? Or it is in a paper form? We have challenges. There are people who, of course, after getting a PhD and you are assigned a supervisor, I mean a student, you start dodging students because you don't have PhD. It is just in a paper what? Form. So can we live as PhD holders? Because we need to help these students. And if you are not informed, then the students are likely to challenge you. And I've witnessed cases where students takes you on, then you say you are not respecting me. It is common. Let's go back and read and be relevant, because the world is changing and some of these students are ahead of us. And again, to students, I want to caution you. There is a tendency of hiring third parties to do research for you. Can you imagine, even at PhD level? It started at undergraduate, now masters, it is now at PhD level. You can't believe it. Your person submits a proposal and you ask him just to check, do you have a conclusion? He doesn't know. We have a challenge. We've been supervising ghost students. A person is presenting the work and he doesn't or she does not own it. But indirectly you are supervising a person who is not existing. So please, this is a PhD. That's why I said, do you have a PhD? Don't make that mistake because you will be embarrassed. Some professors and PhD holders have been hired as opponents or external examiners, and time comes when you are given a platform to say something because the student has presented. Then you begin giving comments on commas, full stop. You are not an editor. I think the student missed a comma here, you can what? So what are you doing? You are exposing yourselves. My mother told me that if you are sure you are not sure, you don't know some, just keep quiet. People might think that you are a tough guy, you understand things. Just keep quiet. Instead of starting talking anyhow. Just keep quiet, people will not understand you. Or say, I'm busy, I cannot really act as an opponent. Instead of exposing yourselves, let's be there. Let's help these students. Let's see what we can do. Because this is the purpose and the time when we should be interacting with our students. So, students, you need to avail yourselves 24/7. If you are given comments, understand the comments, and even before you go away, discuss with your supervisors. What do you mean here? What can I do? And again, supervisors, don't take if you cannot replace. You are taking a person's construct, can't work, but you are not replacing. So what do you want the student to do? You just tell the student to go and read. But you are saying, what I'm studying is irrelevant. What is irrelevant? What do I need to do? That's why we exist, but do more of listening as students. Because we've witnessed some of these cases. Student comes and says, you are the one telling me what to do. How? So, but what I want to know, supervisors, these students are still in the jungle, they are lost, they need to be helped. But as you are in the jungle, don't go for a rabbit. Yes, go for a lion or an elephant. What do I mean? Come out with a statement, a problem that is convincing. What is bothering you? What is the issue? What story are you telling us that is topical? And of course, you have some unanswered questions. Don't just come here to duplicate what others have done. So it is very, very important. What are you trying to document and what value are you adding? And researchers, of course, have been having this problem. We don't do a research in a community. Do it with community or for the community. Because at the end of the day, the community must benefit. I'm looking at application. But what is normally done, you go to the community, collect data, and go away. Can you involve the communities so that they participate? Because basically you are doing this research to benefit the communities. Universities exist to help in addressing societal challenges. But if the aim is just to get the PhD and you disappear and you are just a PhD holder, then you are not helping the communities. And I also want to say there is a lot of politics taking place. People, you see, even examiners have reached a level of saying, this man has been doing a PhD for the last 12 years, let him go. I think that should stop. It's not about the number of years. Even if people have gone up to the level, council chair, and people create stories. X and X is against me because of A, B, C, D. Just because you have raised pertinent issues. And you become an enemy. students, can we focus on our work? Students, you're supposed to defend your work using really the literature, the scholarly work to defend your work. But when you now bring politics in everything, then we get problems. You are all over the place, the Vice Chancellor's office, from the Vice Chancellor, Council Chairman, even parliamentarians. This is my voter. Why are you harassing my voter? Please, PhD, it's all about academic debate, presenting your gaps, and that's what we are interested in. Tell us where we are going. I ask, we as supervisors, our role is to listen and guide you. Please don't bring politics in everything, and it won't help you, and it is not taking you anywhere. Feedback, take the feedback you get from the supervisors seriously. But I'm talking about appropriate and relevant feedback. You, as a PhD holder, you are not there to accept anything. Can you understand? Is it helping you? Is it taking you a better direction or leading you to a better position? If you are saying, go and do this, I will do it. Then this. That means all the time you are changing topics. What do you want? What are you studying? Where is your focus? You can disagree with your supervisors, but you must have a position. This is what I'm doing. It's you to bring me on board to understand what you are doing. But if you want me to tell you what to do, then you are completely lost. Many people will tell you every time you will be changing. What is your point of focus? And what do you want to address? What is itching you? That's what you're supposed to address. But let's not be everywhere. Let's not be at large. Make sure you share your work with people who can help you in your area of study. So we are here to help you. I want to thank the organizers, Professor Batwala, Dr. Kagwa. We started this thing in 2016 and had to pick him, and by then he was a student. I said, lead the way, and I appreciate you've actually done great work. So, but now you have also to work hard to be a professor because you cannot remain the same. Yeah, you have to work hard so that tomorrow we shall be talking about Professor Kagwa. Yes, but we appreciate you, we thank you, and I know you are doing well. Angela has asked me, I don't know which I should start with, because first of all, I'm supposed to invite Davisi to talk to you. And again, at the same time, that I'm supposed to invite Dr. Wilbrod Ayatwijuka to share the experience as a PhD graduate. So, Angela, what do I start with? The student. Thank you so much, because you may not be a good supervisor because now 2 activities are at the same time. So, thank you so much. Students, please relax. Organize your heads. I hope you've come with papers and pencils and pens. There are people who just go to meet supervisors, no pen, no what. You are coming for a show, a cup of tea. Please, get organized. On this note, I want to invite Dr. Wilbrod Ayatwijuka to come and share the experience, of course, as a PhD candidate. And the good thing, he happens to be my student. But he's a PhD holder. Dr. Wilbrod, you are welcome. And come and share this with your colleagues. And members, I wish you the best. We are available. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. The Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, the Director, DRGT, faculty, ladies and gentlemen. I was ambushed to share my experience. I'd shared it some time back, but I felt maybe it's a chance to inspire somebody, to remind somebody of their responsibility as they pursue the PhD. My journey started in a symposium like this one some time back. I was very excited that, of course, before you come, you've prepared and you think you have something. So I was very excited that I had research. So when I reached, I was actually shocked that actually I didn't have. I must admit, I received industry scale criticism. You know, criticism is in phases. Sometimes it is mild, but this was commercial grade. But at the end of the day, like Professor has said, I had a reason for starting the PhD. I left my house and I was like, I'm going to start a PhD, and I had a reason. So I had a goal. So, but the most important thing, what was key was taking criticism positively. It's very important to take advice. It's very important to take criticism positively. Because probably the supervisor has not understood what you're trying to research, or maybe you're actually lost and they're trying to put you back on track. And amidst all this, you need to remember that much as you're doing the PhD, also care about yourself. Don't run mad because you're doing a PhD. Have time for yourself, have time for your job, have time for your family. Because even after the PhD, you'll need the job. Even after the PhD, you'll need the family. Even after the PhD, you'll need your social circles. Okay? But remember, you're on a path to change the world. You're on a path to impact community. And let the obstacles along the way not take you from the goal. This is an important platform. I encourage all of you to embrace it. Get a contact. If a supervisor or a mentor tells you something, get their contact, get more information, and who knows? This is one of the rare opportunities where you network, get new people, get new contacts, and these will help you along your PhD journey. Again, like Professor Nixon has said, he was my supervisor, and I'm proud that I learned a lot from him. But you need also to have this zeal, this drive. Don't wait for supervisors to call you. Look for them. And when you send them work and they're late to respond, don't sit. Keep improving. If a supervisor takes a month without responding, send a new version. Don't go to a politician like he has said, say, this man is sitting on me. There is that tendency that someone is sitting on me. Someone cannot sit on you. Just prompt them by sending a new version and they will respond. Once again, I want to thank you for the courage to start your PhD journey. I know it will be tough, but with teamwork, with a good attitude, you will make it. Succeed we must.
Thank you, Dr. Wilbrod Aliatwishka. Let's pray that you also mentor others. Yesterday I talked about the issue of accountability as a PhD holder in this society. What will you say after 20 years with PhD? Let's help those who need help, and I want to emphasize those who need help, because there are people who actually, after enrolling, where after email you put your names, what PhD candidate. Then it remains there for 12 years, PhD candidate. And here we've changed a bit. You get fully admitted as a PhD holder, I'm a student, after you defended your proposal. That's when you get full admission. Because people have been using letters for promotion. The moment you have been enrolled and you get admission letter, then you go and apply PhD track. Yet you don't have a statement, you don't have a sentence. So we've changed, please. Even here, before you are considered for promotion and you're on PhD track, you must have published the first paper from your work. So there is no shortcut, please. So with all this, we have our new VC is attending for the first time the PhD Symposium. It's an academician. The other day, she was asking the Department of Internal Medicine to be timetabled. So if a VC can afford to be in class and teach, then what about you? So we are really excited. We are glad that, and Dr. Rose is there. Yeah, that is the person who will be asking you for results. And I don't know whether the head of department is here. We'll be writing letters. Yeah, she's there. You've delayed results. She's the boss. VC, I have my boss here, the Faculty of Science, Business. Where is my boss? Yes, that is my boss. When I go there to teach, he tells me what to do, make a file, submit results. Yes, so when you go there as a teacher, then as a facilitator, the position changes. You are there as a facilitator. You have to attend departmental meetings and you have to listen to the boss, who will be the head of the department. So we have a new professor, Professor Pauline Biachika, and of course, some of you have interacted with her. We appreciate her presence here and the time, because there is a lot of work to do, but she has actually created time to attend all these activities. We are so grateful. With all this, what has happened, I want to take this opportunity to invite you to come and talk to these academicians. They want to listen to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, DVC-A&A. Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. I want to start by thanking the organizers of this symposium, DRGT. Thank you very much for the effort you have put in. I understand it is the ninth symposium. I think yesterday's was the second mentorship, yes? Yes, so yesterday's was the second. This is the 9th symposium, PhD symposium. I want to thank you very much for having initiated this, Professor Kamukama. It is a great opportunity for the PhD scholars to get together to share their research, discuss, and receive feedback from fellow PhD students as well as supervisors and faculty. I want to thank the faculty who are here present and the supervisors, and to thank you very much for the job that you do that keeps the PhD students going. I'm really honored to be here this morning and to be part of you as an academician. Yes, I am an academician. I'm a professor of internal medicine and epidemiology. Yesterday I told at the mentors workshop, I did my PhD 16 years ago, and I have walked the path of the PhD till today. So I want to congratulate all of you, PhD students. I think you have chosen the right path to take. We shall see as we go along. So I want to recognize the funders who are here and the collaborators, because without them, it is very difficult for us to pursue our interests in research, especially in resource-limited settings. So thank you very much for always supporting our research work. So I will come to the address this morning. I was asked to give a keynote address, but Dr. Batwala, you did not give me a topic. So I kept wondering, what does he want me to talk about? And I decided to choose my own topic, and I chose the topic, Embracing the Challenge and Navigating the PhD Journey. That is the topic I decided to select. And as I start, I want to find out why you decided to pursue a PhD program. PhD students, please put up your hands. Okay, can we have some volunteers tell us why you decided to pursue a PhD program? Oh, I'm told there are some online. Good. 35 online. Okay, there are quite many. So why did you decide to pursue a PhD?
Okay, since I have the microphone, maybe I can start before I can move it around. I decided to pursue the PhD program because I wanted to advance my skills and knowledge, especially in research, and also because I know what I wanted.
What is that?
I think as I am a medical doctor by profession, and when I did my master's in public health, there is always that challenge of, do you want to go clinical, do you want to go research? It was clear-cut for me that I wanted to take the academic and research journey, and the PhD is one of those that can ground me well to better understand my area of interest and also become an expert in that area.
Good. So you wanted to improve your knowledge and skills and become an expert in research. Yeah. Good, thank you. Any other volunteer to tell us? Yes, at the back.
My name is Boaz Mwesje. I enrolled for PhD for 2 reasons. Number one, I have an interest in research. So I wanted to advance my career in research. Then number two, I have an interest in consultancy. So at some point I would wish to be a distinguished consultant. So as if I'm to go in that area, no one would doubt my academic credentials by all standards.
Okay, those are two. I think your first was similar to his. Yes?
Yes, I'm Jenny Godfrey. I am a clinician and a senior one. After more than 20 years of clinical practice and being a senior lecturer, there was a vacuum in me because I thought I needed to advance my career of being an educationist, and it was imperative. The landscape had changed. During the early years, a master's program was sufficient for one to move around and shine around. But I think that light had been turned off, and I just wanted to go with a new light, and that is why I enrolled on the program. Promotions are coming, they will leave you out, and also I wanted to like become a torchbearer for my senior colleagues in the faculty. And I said, let me take it up. If it's possible, I'll go with it, and then others will join. We have quite a number of people like me, and I think I'm here for that. Thank you.
Okay, you've given us several reasons. I think you said you had been in clinical practice for 20 years, so you wanted something different. And you also wanted, I think, to self-actualize. Okay. Then you also say you wanted to be promoted. Okay, so the first two were career growth. The other one also wanted consultancies to make money. We see self-actualization. We also hear promotions. Any other reason?
Thank you very much. My name is Arishava Emily, a PhD student. Much has been said what I wanted to be, but one thing, I wanted to be a role model for the young ones who are coming up.
Okay, that's a tough one. You did a PhD to be a role model for the young. Very tough sacrifice. Any other reason? Yes, she has another reason.
Thank you for giving this opportunity. Apart from career growth, definitely that is one of the reasons. But my reason is, since I am in field of education, I want to do a lot more for the improvement in the education, especially the science education. So when I came here, I have a son who is going to school here. He's in primary classes, and I visited some of these schools with my friends who are in secondary schools, different set of schools, and going through the articles about the education standards, and we are talking about Uganda is far behind, this, that. Lots of things are there in the news, like this is not one of the very good developed countries, and so it increased my interest in knowing what is the reality. So that is one of the major reasons I started doing my PhD here. Although many of my friends and my relatives said, you're doing PhD from here, you're being from India, you should have done from there. But no, because I am not doing it just mere for a degree. I wanted something else from that. I want to know why the growth is not at that pace, although the people have caliber. They have the resources. They are doing good. In fact, this is in the universities gave me platform where I have heard many professors, and their level of thinking is different. But still, we are saying that it is not very developed. It is not doing very good in this, that. So that is my main focus. That is my main reason.
Okay.
And career growth and others are secondary.
You wanted to understand the context of education.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Any other? She has her hand up. Down here, and then we'll take the last two. And then we'll ask if there is anybody who started a PhD without knowing why they're doing the PhD.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. Two reasons. One, career growth. I serve in the agriculture sector, so I wanted to advance my research skills. And secondly, to explore, to give back to society by exploring opportunities for decision making and influence.
Okay, to give back to society, to explore opportunities for influence in agriculture. Yes? Okay, good.
Thank you very much, Visi, for the opportunity. My name is Immaculate, and 2-3 reasons why I began my PhD. I'm a staff in the Department of Biology, and I'm glad that my mentor is here. I always normally tell her that when I grow up, I want to be like you.
Who is your mentor?
Professor Grace Kagoro.
Kagoro, okay.
Yes, so I realized that in academia, if you really want to advance career-wise in that path, to mentor others and then to be that supervisor who is looked at to be beneficial to the students and helping them to achieve their goals, you need to pursue further studies. And that's one of the reasons. But then the other one, was to lift up the banner for Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I've been in Mbarara University for the past 11 years, and Mbarara University has community at heart. So when we are doing research, we should focus on addressing challenges that the communities are having, and we bring sustainable solutions. I have my interest in giving back to the community by looking at some of these challenges. And my research is focusing on addressing soil fertility decline to...
Addressing?
Soil fertility decline to soil fertility decline as a way of looking at that challenge, how it's affecting food productivity chains. So I'm focusing on looking at food security, but then addressing the problem of food security by practicing sustainable agriculture. So that was the other, and then also grant writing. I have seen that people who are winning grants, actually, apart from having a team of professors and those who are already skilled at that, you need to be having a PhD in order to increase your chances of actually winning grants as a way of capacity building. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So you wanted to address local problems, you wanted to become an impactful supervisor, and you wanted to get the skills to win grants. Okay, good. Lastly, is she the last? Yes?
Thank you. I'm Rose Hezekiah Jonathan. I've been a teacher my entire life. Since I graduated, I've been working inside the classroom. So education is a lifelong process, from birth to death. So I believe in that we learn every day, whether inside the classroom or outside the classroom, and we should continue to learn. Secondly, the context where I'm coming from, it's very rare. We are in need of knowledge, and particularly female are behind. And I believe that when I achieve this goal, I will go and help others also to come forward. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. So you wanted to impact society by training others. Okay. Anybody in the room who started a PhD without knowing why they are on this track? By show of hands. Yes, Dr. Simwe. Tell us your experience.
Yeah, I did my PhD 14 years ago, but I did my master's at a very big US university. At that time, all you needed was a master's. But on the graduation day, myself and my other fellow sponsored students who are Ugandan, were 3 of us. On the graduation day with our masters, we found we were the only 3 students with masters. The other 2,000 plus had PhD. And we were so happy. We thought we had graduated in the US. We have reached the top. We go to March and we see 3 master's students only, and all are from Africa and all are from Uganda. Then we realized, you guys, we have not what? Studied. So we all enrolled.
Good. So you needed to fit in. Okay, very good reason. Any other? Yes, over there.
My name is Barbara Tuhamizi. I'm a microbiologist. Truthfully, being in academia, it is very hard to get comfortable. When I did masters, I felt like, yeah, microbiology was it. At graduation, I looked at the PhD gown. I went back home. I did not proceed with the session because the gown was looking amazing. And then I started thinking about it. Now, with everything I'd learned from masters and the environment around me, I noticed I was actually lacking out on the exposure. So I started it. Truthfully, the gown, the exposure, I wanted to get exposure that my colleagues were getting, because there's so much in microbiology. There is so much that you're left out with when you have just a master's. but it's been quite an interesting journey. I've been finding myself, when I entered the journey myself, I was like, okay, but it's quite interesting. Yeah, that's it.
Good. Thank you very much. So your reason is almost similar to Dr. Simwe's reason. You needed to fit in. The gown was attractive. It was prestigious. So many reasons. Thank you all who have participated in telling us why you decided to pursue a PhD. And we have seen that there are various reasons why people pursue a PhD. Some of them have been driven by passion for excellence, like the very first person who submitted. He wanted to gain more understanding, more skill, more expertise. Others were really career advancement, promotion, getting more money. But we have also heard about those who are personal growth. Okay? So whatever motivation you had or you have, it is a big challenge to go through the PhD program. I would have also wanted to know what you have benefited from having done the PhD. For those of you, especially like Dr. Simwe and the lady, sorry, you said your name is? Brenda? Barbara, yes, who went into the PhD without really knowing why you were doing the PhD. Yesterday we had at the mentors and supervisors workshop, somebody asked, I don't remember his name, he said, is it worth it? Barnabas, yes, is it worth it? What will I lose if I enroll for this PhD? Am I going to lose myself? So hearing Stephen and Barbara, who went in for the PhD, unplanned really. Yeah, maybe you planned to wear a nice gown at the graduation, but really without that determination, prior thought through that I really need to do a PhD for this purpose. What have you benefited? Dr. Asimwe, what has the PhD done to you?
Yeah, in addition to a goodbye. Anyway, you get to sit at the table. Yeah, I don't know whether it's the high table, but where people are discussing real issues. Yeah, you get to be invited. You are respected as an expert in your field. You can stand alone. You can be given a program to run independently. There is a certain respect you get from fellow academicians of all levels, really. When you have a PhD, they kind of understand that you know what you're doing. Yeah, exposure. I don't know about money, but...
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, being called to the table where decisions are made, is on the assumption that you have actually acquired the skills. And that is the reason we are here for this symposium, to ensure that people actually acquire the skills. Whether you know why you're pursuing this PhD or not, it's important that you actually acquire the skills of research methodology, of critical thinking, so that at the end, when you graduate with this PhD, or not. If you haven't gone through this grueling process, it's unlikely that you're going to act and talk and train like a PhD holder. When you're finally called to the high table, you will not be able to discuss, and you're going to get embarrassed. And therefore, we have to take this process very, very seriously. So, we have seen why we should enroll for a PhD, various reasons. But behind all this, we know that science is essential to solving the world's problems. Without science, we remain stagnant. In Makerere, where I come from, during the PhD concept presentations, yesterday I had a similar submission during the workshop. Somebody said the concept presentation, they grill you, and sometimes you feel like here. Why do they? Because they want to ensure that the science is good. I'm not an advocate for grilling and malignancy, as we call it in Makerere. I think we can still grill in a friendly way to make sure that the science is good. In Makerere, one particular professor will ask you, what is the PhD-ness in what you're presenting? Meaning, solid and the science is good. Let's not just do the PhD just because the wind is blowing. No decision. To go through maybe 3 or 4 years or 5 for those who want to make it longer. And this comes with a lot of responsibility, financial, social, and all that. You may have to let go of something. So it's also a personal decision. But it's also important to consider what opportunities does it bring, and we have discussed some of those. It also depends on the circumstances and the context. The lady from India said she wanted to understand the education system here. The context, she wants to understand the education system here, and that pushed her to enroll for a PhD. Personal aspirations and where you see the future. Where do we see the future? If I don't have a PhD in the next 10 years, what am I going to be like? Universities are all pushing for PhD holders as lecturers, senior lecturers, and so on. If you don't have a PhD and you're in the university, what is your fate? Are you going to remain as a teaching assistant? Or are you going to move out of the university to go and do some other job somewhere else? So what is the future? Do you intend to remain in academia? If you do, and the university requires that you pursue a PhD, then be it. You have to pursue the PhD. However, as we pursue these PhDs, let us also focus on the problem. That is where research starts from. What is the problem you have identified? The problem statement. And I hope we all take this very seriously. Because if there is no problem identified, it's difficult. What are you answering? What is your research question? What are your objectives? It is very difficult. So what is the problem statement like? And I hope that in all our PhD books, the problem statement is clearly written. Then the next step is, what is the significance of your PhD? What is the significance of all this investigation you want to do? At the end of the day, what is going to be the utility of your results? Is it just another paper, another book on the shelf? Some of you on social media have seen an article about a study done by a librarian from Makerere, Alison. I don't know how many have seen it, saying this percentage of research in Makerere only remains on the shelf. That is Makerere. Here at MUST, DVC A&A, do we know what percentage of our research only remains on the shelf as a completed PhD? And what percentage actually gets translated into practice or influences policy or submitted as a policy brief to our policymakers for translation into knowledge practice or policy? What percentage? So what is the significance of the PhD you're doing? Think through it. Go back, read your PhD proposal, and answer the question. Look at your paragraph on the significance of your PhD and ask yourself, what is the significance of what I'm doing? What is the utility of this work? Okay, so what is the purpose of doctoral education overall? All those promotions and making money and all that. Overall, we know that there are additional benefits and additional purpose of doctoral education, including development of scholars. It is very important for us to develop scholars. Without development of scholars, we remain stagnant, because then we won't have people propelling the future generation of scientists. So we need to develop that scholarly attitude. And to develop stewards in all the disciplines that we are pursuing, especially here as a University of Science and Technology. And who are these stewards of this discipline? A steward is a scholar, in the fullest sense of the term, who can imaginatively generate new knowledge, critically conserve valuable and useful ideas, and responsibly transform those understandings through writing, teaching, and application. So we need to develop scholars, scientific scholars. This is a rigorous process. I know many people will think, oh, the PhD program is just, hell on earth. It needs to be rigorous for us to develop scholars. And a steward is also someone to whom the vigor, quality, and integrity of the field can be entrusted. If you don't go through a thorough process, then your integrity cannot be relied on. You cannot be trusted to pass on information for the next generation. So scholarly training is important to produce critical thinkers, leaders, and trainers, teachers for the next generation. And these should be able to critically review writings or papers out there or evidence out there, because we know there's a lot of fraudulent papers or flawed papers out there. A scholar should be able to critique these papers and know which one is flawed, which one has the right methodology, which data is valid, which results are valid, both thinking through internal and external validity and generalization of that data. And this, if you haven't gone through the process of thorough training as a PhD, the research methodology, it's very, very difficult for you to be able to do that. So I hope DRGT that we have frequent journal clubs for people to review papers out there, publications out there, depending on our disciplines. Journal clubs in different disciplines. In that way, we get trained to critically review publications out there, to learn how to critique papers and know which ones are reliable and which ones are not reliable. Then I want to focus on changes in the PhD training over the years and what is happening now in the 21st century. We know there's been a significant increase in the number of PhD trainees. And I want to urge JVC&A to increase the number of PhD trainees. But not only the number, even the quality. We have to focus on both number and quality of the PhD. Not only the number, we have to ensure that we produce high quality PhDs. What changes have occurred over the years? So we have seen an increase in the numbers. We have also seen a variety in the types of trainees from all different disciplines coming in. Previously, most of the PhDs were focused only in some of the disciplines. And I think here, I see it's mostly Faculty of Medicine, although I see Faculty of Science. And I think from the PhD book, I noticed there's a PhD, Medicine and Science, Computing Management and Education, Development Studies, and Dr. Batwala mentioned a few others. So we need to increase the variety of PhDs, especially us here as a University of Science and Technology. And this challenge I still throw to DVCA&A to see how we can do this. But we also see that many PhD students are part-time students. And this creates another challenge. It's important for us to keep our jobs, important for us to be financially stable, but also being a part-time student brings different challenges into the PhD training, which affect our progress and which result in people staying on the PhD for very many years. Then we also see an increase in the types of PhDs. We have PhDs by research, by publication, but we also have full-time class-taught PhDs, more and more. We also have those that combine coursework and research. So there's a variety of different types of PhDs. I'm yet to understand from DRGT the different types of PhDs here. And I think we can still think through it and see how we can improve what we currently have. I'm not saying it's not good, but there's always room for improvement. Then also, when we look at the jobs created for PhD holders, what is happening in our environment? DRGT, do we have a track record? Do we have any statistics on our graduates with PhDs, where they have gone, where they are working? When I was preparing for this, I saw that in some countries in the UK, 35% of PhD graduates are employed in academia. Similarly, about 50% in the whole EU region. I don't know what's happening in Uganda. Where are our PhD graduates? Are they in academia? Are they in industry? Are they at home after self-actualization? They sit home with their PhDs and they're happy. We need to know what is happening to these PhDs. But we also see a lot of scrutiny out there coming up, scrutiny on the PhD graduates and the kinds of the PhDs that we are offering. And this calls for us to think through the quality of the PhDs that we are churning out. Now I'll talk a little bit about the journey of the PhD. The journey of a PhD student is not without challenges. It comes with challenges. But I don't like what everybody says, that it's a lonely journey. I don't believe it's a lonely journey. Because as a PhD student, you should not be working alone. You should be working first with your supervisors, but also with the PhDs. So such forums should be more frequent, because the more you interact, the more you discuss, the more you learn from each other. Therefore, I don't believe it is a lonely journey, and I don't want to say that the PhD journey is lonely, but I know that it comes with other challenges. For example, prolonged time to completion. Yesterday, we saw various reasons in the workshop that may cause students to go longer than they are supposed to go. We also see high attrition rates and also relevance of the PhDs to the real-world settings. We see some PhDs that complete, and their findings are not applicable to the real-world settings. And you wonder, why did we spend all that money on that PhD? Is it only for knowledge generation? Is it for self-actualization only? Or should we have a mix of impact and self-actualization here and there? Okay, so what is the future? When we look at the future, where do we see ourselves going with these PhD programs? And how should we streamline our PhDs? Having looked at the purpose of the PhD education, I think it's important for us to always look through the utility of the PhD. It could be to advance knowledge, it could be for impact. For example, the lady over there who is looking at soil, quality of soil, impact on the community. It's important for us to answer these questions. Publications are good, but do we stop at publications? Do we earn money out of those publications? How much do we disseminate this information? If it is, for example, a PhD on cervical cancer, do the populations that need this information access these publications? You publish in a journal, in New England Journal of Medicine. What about the rural woman deep in Nakapiri Pit, who may actually have issues with the community around having cervical cancer? How do they get this information? So what is the utility of this PhD, and how do we disseminate the information from these PhDs? Okay, so a word to the PhD students yourselves. It's important for us to understand the research landscape, to understand that the PhD involves serious literature review and learning how to critique the literature, not just quoting any literature from anywhere, but learning how to critique and learning which ones to be based on or not. Then the methodology of research, learning the details of the research methodology and the scientific methods. I know many times some students stand and say, oh, this was statistically significant, but they actually cannot interpret what they mean by this was statistically significant. And we see some of that even with PhD students. You see students applying statistical analytical methods where they should not be applied, or the wrong method to the wrong study design, and they're standing up to defend their PhDs. So I hope this does not happen with us. Just a word of caution that we should pay particular attention to the methods. Having said that, looking still back at the PhD journey, yesterday we had the workshop on mentorship and supervision, and I'm happy that DRGT takes this very seriously, because every PhD student requires serious mentorship and requires serious supervision, and the mentors and supervisors need to be trained. They need to know how to do it. If they don't know how to do it, then the students suffer. So DRGT, I hope that you take that very seriously. Then it's important as PhD students to learn to work in, groups, not in silos. The more you work in silos, the more disadvantage you create for yourself. It's important to network, important to collaborate. And the PhD training time is the best time to build these networks and collaborations, because it's highly likely that what you're doing during your PhD time is what you're going to go on through your career progression. Therefore, build these networks, create these networks, and build collaborations as you pursue your PhDs. And this is the role of the mentors. The mentors create networks for students, and they should know that. Then, yes, I also wanted to talk about the critical skills for this journey, navigating the PhD journey. In addition to us learning the science as PhD students, it's important that we also develop other skills that are going to help us along when we complete this PhD. There are critical skills, for example, the critical thinking, problem solving, communication skills, collaboration, time management, adaptability. These are all very important skills that a PhD student should pick up during their training. The PhD is not only about the science. It teaches you also the politics of the world, the politics of science. There's a lot of politics. The soft skills are very important. We live in an environment where not many of these soft skills are passed on early in life, and therefore you need to cultivate these during your PhD time. Then of course the world is moving on. The digital skills are very important. As a PhD student, it's important that you learn some of these AI techniques and all the technologies that have come around, because the world is moving on very fast. You may finish your PhD today and you're all theoretical, you know nothing about the digital world, no digital skills, but tomorrow you cannot apply what you read, what you studied, because of that lack of digital knowledge. Then lastly, I want to talk about prioritizing mental health and well-being. The PhD program is a rigorous one. I don't want to say it's lonely, but it's rigorous, and therefore we all need to take care of our mental health and well-being. It's important that we are able to recognize signs of burnout, to be able to recognize it early and work on it early enough. Otherwise, if you don't work on burnout, you're going to go into the end of the spectrum, depression, and everything that will come into that. So build a support network around yourself, starting with your mentors first, but also with your colleagues to support you through this journey. And also practice self-care. It's important. Go out, play, go to the gym, go to the, by the lake, do something more interesting. Even as you're writing your publications, don't stick to your office to write your publication in that office. Find a good environment that stimulates your mind, but also calms you down as a PhD student. So take care of yourself. Then finally, to think about career paths beyond academia. I know that the PhD, especially in our country here, has been mostly focused on a career path of academia. And we heard from some members in the room, they want to be promoted. But I think there's much more to do with the PhD. You can use this PhD in industry. Now more than ever, industry is taking on PhD holders. In the government, we need PhD holders to influence policy or to make the policies, to be able to synthesize knowledge and data to guide policy making. So, and also the non-profit in the private setting. He talked about consultancy. Yes, it's important that we look beyond academia for the job market after the PhD, as well as entrepreneurship. I'm glad that there are some PhDs in business in the room, and it's very important for us to take those skills to that discipline. So finally, I don't know how many times I've said finally, yes, it is important for us to learn skills for resource mobilization. When you study as a PhD student, graduate with your PhD, what are you going to use your PhD for? You want to go look for a job? Yes. But do you really want to just go look for a job and depend on that job for the rest of your life post your PhD? Because then your creativity might be killed in the process of only you sitting on that job. So resource mobilization is key. If you want to take your skills way past your PhD, you want to go do some innovations, take your innovations through commercialization, you're not going to depend on a job. And therefore you have to learn the skills of resource mobilization, the skills of grant writing, and so on and so forth. So finally, and in conclusion, yes, as you embark on this journey, the remarkable journey of the PhD, remember that it is a path of discovery, a path of growth, and a path of contribution to scientific knowledge out there. You will complete and join a community of scholars. You need to be measurable. You need to be at the same level as that community of scholars to be able to sit on the high table, as Dr. Asimwe said. So I hope that your journeys will be transformative experiences here at MUST, and I pledge to support you in whichever way from my office as the VC, and to say that with your PhD in the hand, the sky is the limit for you. Thank you very much for listening to me. That's it. Okay, I now declare the PhD Symposium open. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Pauline. And ladies and gentlemen, the cry has been out loud for internal medicine. Dr. Grace, please stand up. Internal medicine team, please stand up. Internal medicine. Like you work out, eh? Okay. Are they the only ones here? Kajimi, you're not part. Oh, yeah, oh. So, right from yesterday, Professor says she wants to come and lecture. I don't want to hear this again. Let's work on the appointment later. Let's work. Let's take her on immediately. And I want to hear from you. Are you taking her on? Why are you looking behind? I'm percussing them. They are doctors. You need an interview for her? Okay, please. Okay, you're debating. Yes, please, take her on. Madam Vice Chancellor, thank you for the insightful presentation, and I'm sure the students have benefited. And it's hard to speak after you at this moment. I invite everyone for a group photo outside. After that, we are going back to our parallel sessions, the parallel sessions in the different rooms that we've been attending, whereby they are in sections. Feel free to cross over if you are in the medical field to go to social sciences. We need each other. The debate is going on the WhatsApp platform, who is more important than the other, but I know we all need each other. Business, we still need you, sir. Much as you missed medicine by a niche. Cash, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go for a group photo and then go back to the para sessions. Thank you.
You have gone in your studies. If you have quite a number of objectives, you can also tell us the ones you have completed and the ones which are pending. So, Ivan.
Thank you so much, Chair, for this session. All of the protocol observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tarema Ivan Mujisha. I'm a PhD student. I start by apologizing. I see a slight change in the slide because of the variation in the computers. For my PhD, I'm supervised by Associate Professor Bernard Kunda. I'm happy to report that he's online, and Dr. Nixon Yonzima. The title for my PhD project is Assessment of Transfusion Safety and Efficacy among Cancer Patients in Uganda and Caregivers' Perceptions on Blood Use. I'm supported and guided by a doctoral team of the 5 individuals and their respective affiliations. Allow me to make some definitions, especially as they pertain to this study. So cancers are known as conditions where you have an unregulated proliferation of these cells that eventually result into a tumor. For this study, my focus is on hematological cancers, and these include leukemias, myelomas, lymphomas, as well as myeloproliferative and myelodysplastic syndrome. The other term are the caregivers, where we look at individuals who could be family members or healthcare professionals that attend to the patient's needs, which can be physical, emotional, but because these are patients, we are also looking at the medical and the hygiene prospects. The other term of interest is transfusion safety. By transfusion safety, we are looking at the benefit to correct the recipient's transfusion indication. It can be anemia, it can be thrombocytopenia, But for this study, we will focus transfusion efficacy, having gained a post-transfusion hemoglobin increment, and we do not register any red blood cell destruction. Another term is transfusion safety. The slides cannot move, help me to, okay, so for transfusion safety, what we are looking at is that we want that ultimate environment which enables the patient to get a product that is going to be safe for themselves. So for this, we are going to focus on the non-bacterial contamination of the donor unit, and also when there are no antibodies which can destroy the unit that is transfused to the patient. So those are the dimensions that we are looking at for this study. So in the background, what is true for sure is that cancers are an increasing but also a burdening non-communicable disease. In fact, death is due to cancer leading the second after the cardiovascular diseases. It's a bit worrying, and we also see that there are quite a number of new cases. As we are reported in 2020, there are over 19 million new cases and over 10 million deaths that were reported. 70% of these cancers tend to occur in the low and middle income countries, and we still see that Africa bears the highest burden. It is projected that by 2030, Africa could be having more than 1.1 million annual deaths. In Uganda, the prospect is similar. We registered more than 34,000 cancer cases in 2020 and close to 23,000 deaths in the same year. Now, hematological cancers as a focus of this study comprises the following, and we see that hematological cancers constitute the 10% of all cancers that we see in Africa. And the reported number is projected to increase because of the increasing number of people who are living with HIV. So patients with hematological cancers tend to have a challenge with their bone marrow. The bone marrow might be able to produce very few cells, but occasionally it might also fail, and because of that failure, we end up with what we call reduced blood cell count, or what we call the cytopenia. And because of the cytopenia, we tend to rely on use of blood transfusion as a supportive therapy. In fact, over 33% of all transfusions are indicated as supportive therapy for cancer patients in sub-Saharan Africa. So this study was informed by the fact that because of the myelosuppression in these patients, and because they are depending on transfusion, we need to be able to ensure that they still get a transfusion and gain from it without ultimate adverse transfusion events. So what we see in most of these cancer patients is that occasionally, like any other recipient, we receive what we call allogeneic blood. What allogeneic blood means is that I donate blood and it is transfused to a compatible recipient. So I may never receive my own blood. Now that allogenicity is based on the fact that they have checked my antigens as the donor and also the antibodies of the recipient, and at that particular time, the two can accept this transfusion take place. But it does not mean that every antigen is catered for. So in a way, we end up exposing some of these recipients, some antigens, which eventually are able to produce antibodies that cause the havoc for the subsequent transfusions. Again, we see that most of these patients do not depend on one unit. They are multiply transfused. And that multiple exposure, together with the allogenicity of the blood, makes it more challenging, as we would probably think. And because of this, we see that along the way, they begin experiencing some red cell destructions. And once you have that destruction, then it compromises on the transfusion safety and efficacy. Also, we know that as a country, we have made progress related to health care, but also we still see some challenges. So one of the challenges I want to highlight are the transfusion gaps which we have. For example, in the current practice, there is no antibody screening on the recipient side. But also, we see that we are not being able to match a recipient based on which antibodies they have, because the practice should be that if I have antibodies, then you transfuse me with an antigen negative blood. But this is not the practice because we are not doing the antibody screening in the first place. It is also true that when you have these gaps, then they begin to undermine what somebody would eventually benefit from the transfusion, and this becomes a contention of transfusion safety and efficacy in our setting, where you have a population that depends a lot on blood transfusion. For the last 2 decades, we have also had reportable data which shows that there is evidence of bacterial contamination within the donor blood. This is mainly attributed to the donor recruitment protocols, but also a lack of sufficient testing at the point of screening this donor blood before it is transfused. And because of all these gaps, there is already a perceived risk within the community. And I can report that there has been instances where recipients decline blood transfusion, yet actually it is a life-saving maneuver at that particular time. So this study is designed to assess the transfusion efficacy as well as safety, and also explore the caregiver's perception on blood use. So to be able to achieve this, we have structured 5 specific objectives. The technology has swallowed one of the objectives, but I'll be able to speak about it. So the first objective is to assess the level of bacterial contamination in stored blood and components intended for transfusion to cancer patients at Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital. The second objective is to determine the prevalence and factors associated with immune sensitization among patients with hematological malignancies in Uganda. The third objective is to identify the specificities of these antibodies. The fourth objective is to determine the incidence of acute and late hemolytic transfusion reactions, as well as the serological transfusion reactions among the cancer patients. And the fifth objective is to describe the caregiver's perceptions on blood use in southwestern Uganda. So this study is structured into 3 outputs. The first output is about transfusion safety, and that combines specific objectives 1, 2, and 3. The second output is about transfusion efficacy, and this is for specific objective 4. And the third output is about transfusion perceptions, which is focused on specific objective 5. I would like to mention it that the study is being conducted in 3 sites. We have Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital for specific objective 1 and 5. We have Uganda Blood Transfusion Services, specifically Mbarara Regional Blood Bank, that is for specific objective 5. Then we have Uganda Cancer Institute and Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital for specific objectives 2, 3, and 4. So we have made some progress, and I'm happy to report that in terms of the methods, we have been able to conduct the relevant requirements for all the outputs, and I can confirm that data collection is ongoing for all the 5 objectives. So for sub-study 1, which is transfusion safety, we are looking at the bacterial contamination of donor blood. So here what we are doing is to aseptically aliquot the donor unit, where we get 11 mils of whole blood or packed cells and 6 mils for the platelets at the point of issuing blood to the recipient. And then we are able to culture this sample, and then we investigate for bacterial growth. We also go ahead to monitor these patients who are transfused, and for any patient who has signs of a transfusion reaction, a study is able to investigate for bacterial cause as a transfusion reaction. So this is how we are able to carry out the process. We have the donor bag, the first, and then we have the transfer bags, where we are interested in aliquoting a portion of the donor unit. And what we get in the transfer bags is basically what we consider as our sample for this study. So I have to mention that this is an aseptic technique where we double disinfect the entry pots on the donor pouch, and after disinfecting, then we are able to use this initially capped needle to aseptically enter the pouch and then draw out the volume that is needed. Once we have been able to make the transfer into the bag, The tubing here is sealed, is double sealed, because we don't want the contents of this bag to begin pouring out, but also we don't want the contents of this bag to pour out. So ideally, this needle keeps within the primary bag. And once we have our sample, then we are also able to inoculate septically into the blood culture media, where we intubate this in a backtake instrument for the protocol length of 7 days for those bottles which have no growth. For any growth, we investigate them systematically and be able to isolate and identify the bacteria that is in this particular unit. So experiment 2, under the transfusion safety study, we are looking at immunization. So when we talk about immunization, it means that somebody is developing antibodies against the missing antigen. So normally in the body, we know that once you are exposed, once you have an antigen, then the body must respond by producing an antibody. That's fine. We also know that there is only one blood group system, that is the ABO, where you produce a reciprocal antibody. So if I have antigen A, my body produces anti-B. But there are some patients and some instances where you find that you do not have the antigen, but you end up forming the antibody, which is not expected. So that is what we refer to as the autoantibodies, and the process of this antibody formation is what we refer to as the immunization. So for this, we are basically enrolling assented or consented newly diagnosed hematological cancer patients, both at Mbarara and Uganda Cancer Institute. We are taking off 2 mL of EDTA and coagulated blood, where we centrifuge the sample and we record at least 1 mL of plasma that we are currently storing at -80 degrees at both sites. Importantly also is that we are able to capture some information about their social demographics as well as transfusion and obstetric histories that we are going to use to be able to answer the objective of the associated factors. So the plan is to screen for these antibodies, and for those which are positive, we shall be able to go ahead and identify them as guided by the American Association of Blood Banking. So for objective number 4, where we are looking at transfusion efficacy, we are basically having a cohort of cancer patients who have had a transfusion history. We collect blood samples from them at 3 time points. So we have day 0, we have day 7, and we have day 14. So we are having an EDTA sample which we use for CBC and also plasma that will be used for antibody testing. And then we have the non-coagulated sample which we use for lactate dehydrogenase, an enzyme for hemolysis. So at the moment, we are able to perform some tests, especially the CBC, but we shall be able to do the antibody screening and identification at a later stage. The perception study, which is purely qualitative, here we are considering the caregivers of the cancer patients, and normally these should be cancer patients who have been transfused, so we get to know about them from the attending clinician. He tells us who has been transfused, and then we approach their caregivers for consent before we subject them to the in-depth interviews. But we are also interviewing the healthcare providers, both at the Regional Hospital and the Regional Blood Bank, and we are also considering interviews for the healthcare managers. Those are the ward in charges and also the director for the blood bank. So in summary, these are the different outputs, and I am happy to report that this study observed all the ethical requirements. The proposal was initially reviewed by the Faculty Research Committee. We obtained the ethical approval from the Research and Ethics Committee of MUST, and we also obtained the approval from the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. We got the administrative permissions from the 2 collection sites, and we are obtaining informed consent and assent from the study participants. We have a clear dissemination plan, and we have had some progress. I can confirm that I'm fully admitted now, and we have gotten some participants, and these are the numbers that we had as of 1st of November. So we are at 80% for specific objective 1, 60% for objective 2, 56% for objective 4, and we are at 90% for objective 5. The technology could not show the last bits of the slides. So objective 3 will basically pick the sample population from what we shall get from objective 2. So the next steps is to be able to complete the data collection because we haven't achieved 100% for all of them, and also be able to work on the data management for the different outputs. Then we hope that in the next dissemination we should be having results to present. In terms of challenges, we've gotten some funding, but we still need more funding, especially to support the remaining sample sizes, and also to support the tests where we are not able to perform at this particular point. As you saw, we are doing a lot of biobanking. In terms of time frame, we had thought that by November, we will be able to have had at least a manuscript at a higher stage. Incidentally, we've not been able to have that for specific objective number 5, but I'm happy that we have been able to collect the data for all the objectives, and we are very close to realizing what we had set out to do. So we think we are on track. I want to acknowledge my doctoral team, the clinical supervisors, as well as today's audience, both physical and online, and also acknowledge the following who have supported me to be able to reach where I have reached. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ivan. For that presentation, we shall have some few minutes for interactions. So members, if there is any comment or clarification you may need to make, you can start with Dr. Simon Koma is one of the team members here.
Thank you very much, presenter, for the wonderful work. I realized that in your problem statement, I saw a reference of 2005. It's of 2005. The reference of 2005. Yes. And those are around 20, how many years ago? 19 years. I don't know, did you fail to get at least current references?
I could not find the updated one.
Okay.
In case I get it along the way, I'll be able to update it.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Then, I don't know if I skipped seeing your main objective.
Oh, the main objective was mentioned from my mouth. I did not present it.
I don't know. Is it part of the slides? I didn't see it.
It's not there. I just
Please,
mentioned it from
next
my mouth.
time, take note of that. Then I also realized you have 5 specific objectives. 5 of them, and you stated that you have 3 outcomes. And I was wondering, you have 5 specific objectives and you only have 3 outcomes. So then lastly, I saw, yes, I loved when you started, when you got to slide 7, before you went to the diagrams. In fact, what I wanted to comment that it was too wordy, but when you moved to slide number 8, it came out well. Even me, from who is not in your field, I can easily see the pictures and then understand. So try to bring in those graphics. They will make your work better. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kauma. So the 3 I presented outputs, but these outputs combine more than one objective for output 1. So as you can see here, sub-study 1 will answer specific objective 1, 2, and 3. And then sub-study 2 will answer specific objective 4. Sub-study 3 will answer specific objective 5. They are all catered for. Thank you.
Okay, any other?
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me begin with, I hadn't really seen what Dr. Kauma has said. It's not that it is always bad to cite an old source of information, but you can add there a more recent one. Yeah. And it's also not true that you could not get a recent one. One of your supervisors, Dr. Natukunda, published a paper in 2010. You can look it up. There is another relatively recent paper by Boateng, 2019. And then there is another one by later, 2023. So just do some bit of more reading about that.
Now, my other question is, you are really looking at a very important topic, early immunization. And there are some other blood group systems, like Lewis and Kerr, which have massive genetic polymorphism. And there is work which has been done even here in the country. So with such blood group systems where we actually do not have antibodies, which would enable someone to ably use serological techniques, how are you going to go about that? Because some of them are deletions, and the best would be PCR. So I don't know why you are only looking at just serology, because we have those blood systems, and if you have read, you must have come across them, contributing relatively, not very high percentages, but if you want to address this problem, why would you leave out Kell and Lewis? And even the MN. So I don't know, maybe you will have to discuss it with your supervisors.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. I acknowledge all of this, and I appreciate that these are all gaps. Incidentally, the focus could not extend to cover as much as the different blood group systems, and this project may not be able to really address them. We will acknowledge them as limitations, and we think that their education does not end at the PhD. Maybe postdoc can be able to address some of these gaps.
You can think about it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Gertrude. Is any other comment?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ivan. Maybe I could have missed it, but I needed like a justification of why you went for cancer patients, because I didn't see the chronology of patients who received transfusion and maybe where safety is compromised. Why in particular did you choose cancer patients?
Thank you, Professor Grace. So in the background, I mentioned that cancer patients, more so hematological cancer patients, experience a bone marrow suppression, and because of that, they require transfusion as a supportive therapy. So in the same population, we also see that they are experiencing more of multiple allogeneic transfusion. So we know that these transfusions can be in any other population, but the focus was for cancer because of their bone marrow not being able to sustain their blood needs, but also the multiple allogeneic approach that we are currently practicing in our setting. Thank you.
Any other comment, please?
Yeah. So Ivan, when did you get the UNCST clearance?
My letter is dated 26th of August 2024 for UNCST.
August 2024?
Yes.
And if I'm not mistaken, we're in November.
Yes.
So when did you start this work?
My data workshop started on the 27th of August.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're moving very fast. And you
because
are
I'm doing multiple sites, so these are pooled numbers from all the two sites.
Thank you. Any other comment, please, from the audience?
Thank you. Thank you, Ivan. On the problem statement, I don't know if you can get some data on the burden to improve it just, because you have stated theoretical risks, but you don't have some figures, maybe to tell us how many get blood transfusion reactions, for example. I don't know if you can get that information and add it there to improve your problem statement. Otherwise, I think all in all, you will keep improving on it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, presenter. You are saying you are collecting from data from from other sites, more than one, right?
So yes, it is from more than one site, as they are indicated here. So I have Mulago, Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital, and the blood bank. Blood bank is specifically for the qualitative study on the perceptions. The qualitative study on transfusion perceptions. But patient enrollment is at Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital and Uganda Cancer Institute, Mulago.
When you do it in multi-sites and in one place, do you get the same results?
Okay, so the sample size was for the entire, each of the specific objectives, and we are using a competitive recruitment approach. So if specific objective 2 needs 424 patients, we'll be able to enroll from both sides until we are able to reach that number. There is no specific number for each sample, for each study site.
Yeah, what I'm asking is slightly different. You get the same results when you do it in one site as compared to multi-site. So I guess there could be varying factors behind.
Okay, so we think that because the study population are hematological cancer patients, this should be a finding for the population, not for the sites. That's what we think.
But what I'm saying, population comes from the sites, right?
Yes.
That's why I'm asking this question, whether you get the same results if you do it in one site instead of more than one site.
I'm struggling to hear you. If you could speak a
Hello,
little bit louder.
I'm saying, if you do it in one site, I don't know whether they can't be the same. Then that's where I have difficulties.
Yeah, so we will make an effort to stratify the analysis per recruitment site. And this is possible because the identification of participants are different.
Okay.
Yeah.
One last one. Takes me probably to what I was interested in. Maybe I missed it. How do you plan to analyze your data? But also, did you set out a hypothesis with your supervisor? Do you have any hypothesis?
Okay,
because I think if there are maybe some factors, some confounders, so how are you going to handle your analysis to take care of any confounders?
Yeah. Okay, so
and then do you have a hypothesis to test at the end?
Okay, thank you. For the interest of time, because you really need to give time to others, take note of everything, all the comments, because we are here to improve your work. Thank you very much. The chairperson is back.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ivan. Take note of those comments. Can we have Dina as the next presenter?
the session chair. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, your protocol observed. My name is Dina, a PhD student at Mbarara University of Science and Technology and the Free University of Brussels in Belgium. My academic journey is supported by a team of 5. 2 of them are based in Belgium, and then I have Professor Grace in Uganda, Professor Julius Leju, and Dr. Ronald Twanjire. I'll take you through a summary of my research focus, and my study focuses on understanding the crop production dynamics and the vulnerability to food insecurity in the face of climate variability, looking at smallholder farmers in southwestern Uganda as a case study. The background, climate variability, which is reflecting in the form of deviations from average climate conditions on a relatively shorter time scale, and associated extreme events are increasing at global, regional, and local or national scales. And crop production systems of smallholder farmers who are characterized by subsistence production, lower smallland holdings. In Uganda, it's relatively less than 1 hectare of land, and practice limited agriculture invested production systems are negatively affected by climate variability through crop failures and losses. Looking at an example of these events ranging from drought, floods, hailstorms, and landslides, which are manifesting in southwestern Uganda. And households of smallholder farmers are vulnerable, in southwestern Uganda in particular, are vulnerable to food insecurity due to climate variability, yet for long, southwestern Uganda has been known to be the food basket for Uganda. We need to support farmers with the strategies that can enhance their adaptive capacity to this variability in climate. However, how climate variability has impacted the crop production systems of smallholder farmers, reflected in the dynamic changes they are making, and the vulnerability to food insecurity is an empirical gap that requires systematic investigation. The goal for my research is to establish the influence of climate variability on the crop production systems of smallholder farmers and their vulnerability to food insecurity in southwestern Uganda. And this aim will be realized through 4 specific objectives, looking at the first one, to assess smallholder farmers' perceptions of climate variability and the extent to which it has altered crop selection and cultivation patterns, of which I wish to answer to what extent has climate variability altered crop selection and cultivation among smallholder farmers in southwestern Uganda based on their perceptions. I want to establish the relationship between smallholder farmers' knowledge, attitudes, and adoption of climate-smart agriculture practices. And I want to answer that does smallholder farmers' knowledge and attitudes towards selected agriculture, climate-smart agriculture practices influences their adoption. I want to determine the influence of spatial temporal variability patterns on adoption of land-based climate-smart agriculture practices in smallholder cropping systems, in seasonal cropping systems of smallholder farmers in southwestern Uganda. And I want to establish the adoption of land-based climate-smart agriculture practices in seasonal cropping systems of smallholder farmers in southwestern Uganda vary with the spatial temporal rainfall variability. And the fourth, I want to classify the extent and factors controlling the influence of climate variability on vulnerability to food insecurity among smallholder farmers. And I want to answer to what extent has climate variability influenced vulnerability to food insecurity, and what are the controlling factors. My study is being conducted in 3 districts in southwestern Uganda, and those are Isinjiro, Rubanda, and Rubirizi. And these 3 districts represent 3 distinct agroecological zones. Isinjiro represents the southwestern grass farmlands, Rubanda, southwestern highlands, and Rubirizi, southwestern medium-high farmlands agroecological zones. In each district, focusing on 2 sub-counties, giving a total of 6, and 3 parishes, of which these were selected through multi-stage procedures involving the district technical teams to identify areas that have been prone to climatic hazards. And they are also designated by crop production. 3 villages are selected in every parish, and so I've covered a total of 54. I'm using mixed research methods to collect data involving survey, where conducted farmer interviews with 583 respondents that were selected through probability sampling techniques. Qualitative interviews are also supporting data collection, and this was through key informant interviews. And this answered the 1st, 2nd, and 4th. I used to collect data for the 1st, 2nd, and 4th objectives. To monitor adoption patterns of climate-smart agriculture practices, I'm using the citizen science approach, where farmer volunteers are recruited and are equipped with digital facilities. They are using smartphones to collect data on their crop production practices and share that information submitted to MUST. The progress have completed data collection for the first 2 objectives and partial data for the 4th objective. The first 2 objectives, the study is cross-sectional, but for the 4th objective, it is going to be longitudinal to see how vulnerability to food insecurity varies over time. I've never to disseminate some of the results, and one conference presentation has been delivered in the International Conference for Tropical and Subtropical Agriculture. Progress, data analysis for objective 1 is still in progress, and data collection for specific objective 3 is ongoing. The partial results for objective 1, summarizing smallholder farmers' perception of climate variability on its influence on crop selection. The data I collected was on rainfall amount, onset, consistency, cessation, and seasonal rainfall temperature, and this was on a 5-point Likert scale, and I'm focusing on 10 years period from 2023 backwards, or 2013-2023. And then the crops that are grown by smallholder farmers in the 2 seasons in 2023. The analysis I'm using R&D Starter software, and I converted the Likert scale measurements from the item-specific indicators into a uniform scale of negative, positive, and was able to generate a composite indicator. From the distribution of the respondents as responses, as displayed by the box plots, smallholder farmers have or had a lower negative perception of climate variability in season A, where a lower or negative perception shows that rainfall amount, onset, the different rainfall indicators were unfavorable for crop production, and season B had a more positive scoring. For season A, negative perception was more pronounced in rainfall cessation, consistency, and amount and temperature, while in season B, positive seems to lie more on cessation, where seasons are getting longer, and then rainfall amount and consistency. Perception varied significantly across agroecological zones, and this I did an parametric test to confirm that. And smallholder farmers in southwestern grass farmlands had a lower perception of climate variability as reflected in the distribution in the visual display of the responses from the different agroecological zones. And in season A, lower perception was more pronounced in southwestern grass farmlands and southwestern medium-high agroecological zones. And in season B, farmers in all agroecological zones had a higher perception of climate variability or leaning to positive or favorable conditions, especially in Rubidi, in southwestern highlands and southwestern medium farm agroecological zones. In terms of a perception by agroecological zones, negative perception was more reflected in rainfall cessation, amount, consistency, and seasonal temperature, and this was highest in southwestern grass farmlands, followed by southwestern medium-high farmlands. And in season B, each agroecological zone seems to have one favorable scoring, where for rainfall cessation, positive is more in southwestern highlands than rainfall amount in southwestern grass farmlands, and rainfall consistency in southwestern medium-high farmlands. In terms of crop selection, 36 crops were recorded, and in the agricultural classes of plantain, cereals, legumes, tubers, beverage crops, fruits, and vegetables, then another category of other crops that had low responses. And in red, that is where dominant households engaging in production of those different classes was reported. For inferential statistics, crop selection was assessed using a diversity indicator shown. We are now looking at the different types of crops as well as their richness, and season A was statistically more diverse than season B, using the non-parametric Wilcox rank-sum test. And across agroecological zones, diversity also varied significantly. In season A, southwestern grassland farmland had the highest crop diversity, followed by southwestern medium-high farmland. Southwestern highland had the lowest crop diversity in both seasons. Spearman correlation revealed a statistically significant negative correlation between crop diversity and perception, whereby the meaning is that higher diversity is associated with the low or negative perception. And season B, the correlation was also negative, but not significant. The preliminary conclusion so far is a negative perception of climate variability in season A seems to have led to higher crop selection as reflected in the diversity indicator. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much, Dina, for the presentation. You saved us some 2 minutes. Now let's have some interactions. If there is any question or comment to Dina's presentation.
My comment is to thank you, our PhD student, for your good work and for making it simple, or at least for me to understand what you have been doing.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Any other?
Thank you so much. I would like to know the time period you are going to collect data, since climate varies over a longer the time period for yeah, I've not seen it come out. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I hope to complete the longitudinal study in 2025.
And so my program so far being joint, what is agreed on is a 4 years program.
But will you be able to obtain enough data in the 4 years information?
Yes, thank you so much sir, for that question. Weather changes every 30 years, and climate variability is different from climate change, but part of climate change. It is a climate change which is measured or looks at statistical significance in a change in weather conditions for a longer period of 30 years, but then climate variability is relatively on a shorter time scale, seasons, 2 years. And so what happens this year is not certain that that's what is going to happen next year. And most studies look at a decade, which also gives a basis for the time period for what I've focused on for climate variability. So given the dynamics of climate variability, the information is sufficient enough. And also what farmers are actually struggling with more is climate variability rather than the bigger climate change. Because with this climate change, whereby you know that maybe the shift has been this, there can be a corresponding shift in the production systems. But with the variability, where there is no certainty that what has happened this season is what is going to happen next season, that makes it quite challenging.
That's how you're measuring the knowledge of the local people?
I'm using the theory of planned behavior, where they are constructs that have been used before, and the theory has been tested to help get enough psychological rating from these farmers. Basing on the climate smart profile for Uganda, 10 practices were selected, and then these farmers are presented, some charts were presented to them, look at these practices, do you know about it, have you heard about it, do you know about it, and to what extent do you know about it, scoring out on a 5-point Likert scale.
Okay, so
forgot to mention this, yeah. So I have noted that many of, if not all, your slides are really busy. Maybe going forward, please try to decongest them. It makes it very difficult for the audience to follow through. More so if you know what you are talking about, try to create some breathing space.
Just a quick one. To add on what Professor Gertrude has said, you need to engage your audience. You are just reading as if it's not your work. That expression is very, very, very important. It lacked. So next time, please try to work on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to learn something. I've seen the keyword is perception. So this work, is it in the area of psychology, social science, statistics? Where does it fall? Thank you.
Psychology is a social construct. Sorry, perception, how farmers think, or the opinions they have. But science must speak with the community.
and to develop locally responsive or properly contexted technologies, you need to involve the farmers, which makes it a better cross-cutting and getting different disciplines to have research that is going to be beneficial to the end user.
Good. It's multidisciplinary. That's what he's trying to find out. So maybe, Dina, a quick one. Do you evoke the indigenous knowledge of the local farmers? Is it contributing to their understanding of the climate variability? And are they able to use that indigenous knowledge? Because in central Uganda, they have some terminologies they use or signals which they can tell that this time we're expecting the rains to come, either using insects, they sometimes use the insects, the safari ants, the crickets, and so on.
Thank you so much, Professor. My study has not separately looked at indigenous knowledge, but for perception, a farmer combines a lot of things or scores to give a score, to give a score on an indicator, and indigenous knowledge is part of it. I give an example. In all the areas we went to, farmers know that 15th August is the day for Mother Mary, and that's when rain is supposed to start. So that is the reference point. If it comes before, then that means in that season it has come earlier. If it comes later, more than 2 weeks, then to them it will be late because of 15th August.
Thank you so much. For the interest of time, can we give Dina a round of applause? Okay, now our next presenter is online, Nachimuli. I hope he shall be able to. Yes, Nachimuli, can you hear us? Are you set? Yes, we can hear you. You have 15 minutes to present, so the floor is yours.
Of the total renewable heat generated annually. And among the renewable energy sources, the most widely used is biomass, which is any organic matter that can be used for energy. It contributes to 96% of the total global renewable heat. It's widely used because it is the only source of renewable energy with fixed carbon that can be consumed through the combustion process. Biomass comes from a number of sources. Among we have industrial affluent, we have forestry biomass, we have sewage sludge, agriculture, and municipal solid waste. However,
86% of the biomass used for energy comes from wood, and particularly for our case in Uganda, 90% of our homesteads rely on charcoal and firewood for cooking. This has led to rampant deforestation, as you can see from this picture, and our forest cover has dropped from 24% in 1990 to just 8% by 2015. This is leading to a biomass crisis and calls for sustainable sources of biomass. These sources are provided by agricultural waste and municipal solid waste. Agricultural waste is widely available and cheap because our homes, 80% of our homesteads rely on agriculture, and these homes produce 1.2 million tons of agricultural residues annually, according to the Renewable Energy Policy of Uganda. In addition to this, 2.01 billion tons of municipal solid waste are generated annually, and a significant portion of it is organic. However, according to the World Bank, most of 33% of this waste is managed in ways which are not environmentally safe. For example, landfilling that led to death of people in the case landfill blast that occurred in August 2024. According to the World Bank, the World Health Organization, 2.4 billion people rely on raw biomass for cooking, and this causes air pollution, which leads to over 6 million deaths annually. In addition, the use of raw biomass for cooking has logistics challenges due to its low bulk density, which makes transportation and its storage expensive. Techniques like biomass desiccation solve these logistics challenges of biomass by compacting biomass into solid blocks that are environmentally clean, sustainable, and they have a higher bulk density and energy density as well. Biomass can be densified into pellets and briquettes, but for this research we are dealing in biomass densification into briquettes because it requires low energy for grinding and drying, because the process can take on a number of a wide range of moisture contents and particle sizes, which is applicable to municipal and agricultural solid waste. The quality of biomass briquettes is influenced by a number of factors, including biomass properties, like the properties of biomass. There I can mention the volatile matter and the fixed carbon. It is also determined by the approximate properties of the biomass, like the elemental hydrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. These have an effect on the properties of the biomass. It is affected by the structural composition or cellular composition of the biomass, including the cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin, and starches in the biomass. These affect the binding properties of the biomass. In addition to that, briquetting qualities also are affected by briquetting parameters like pressure, binder, particle size, and temperature. So the qualities of briquettes include physical properties like the durability, the resistance of the briquettes from making dust, the compressive strength and the density, and also combustion characteristics such as ease of ignition, the time it takes the briquette to burn, and also the emissions like the carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide that comes from the briquettes. Traditional testing for these properties is slow, and it involves extensive laboratory experiments that take a lot of time and prevent sample reuse. In addition to that, the equipment used is not widely available in developing countries like Uganda. Machine learning has been used to predict the quality of briquettes, and it has provided high accuracy and efficient predictions.
However, we have gaps in literature with model generalizability, as most of these models are based on a single biomass type, or what we can call feedstock. A problem, we have variations in feedstock mixing ratios among small-scale enterprises. This causes variations in the quality of the briquettes and affects the adoption of the briquettes. Research by Mugabe shows that consumers of briquettes complained of having briquettes have content of between 20 and 30, which is much more than that of conventional charcoal. However, testing of briquettes is destructive in nature and costly and also labor intensive. The machine learning models available don't generalize to different biomass types. So we propose machine learning models that can predict the combustion properties of biomass, biomass briquettes, the physical properties, emissions, and also a comprehensive data set with different feedstock properties. Objectives. The main objectives to develop and optimize machine learning models that can accurately predict the key quality parameters of biomass briquettes. The specific objectives, we are going to develop a comprehensive data set that accurately characterizes biomass feedstock properties, biomass briquettes, and the briquetting process. Then we shall develop robust machine learning models capable of accurately predicting the key quality parameters of biomass using the data collected in the first objective. Then we shall empirically validate the practical feasibility of the briquettes that come from the predictions of the model for diverse foodstuffs. We shall check for the compatibility of these briquettes and the foodstuffs that are available in the market. The methodology, we are following a positivist approach, focusing on objective measurable data. So we are going to conduct experiments, then also get quantitative data from literature, and we also have a questionnaire that will be distributed to different biomass briquette manufacturers. Our area of focus is Mbarara City and the Isinglo district. Because of their strategic location in the cattle corridor, we have the ability to get access to agricultural waste and municipal solid organic waste. We are going to deal with 10 small-scale enterprises from Mbarara City and then 10 community groups from Isinglo district. The experiments will be conducted from the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology General Purpose Lab and at MUST. We already started some of the experiments. For the first objective, we are collecting some data from literature, and we are also conducting experiments using different international standards as shown on this slide. Objective 2, we shall use the data collected from the first objective to develop and the combined efficiency of the briquettes. So this needs to be incorporated in machine learning models. The current models don't have diverse feedstock materials. Most of them were handled with a single feedstock, so they cannot generalize to different kinds of feedstock. So we need to develop models that can accommodate a wide range of feedstock and production conditions. There is also limited collaboration between academia and industry, so there is need to foster collaboration to advance machine learning solutions and enhance adoption in the biomass industry. Still on the first objective, we are conducting experiments in the MUST lab. We have
Nachimoli,
tested different
can you hear me?
For their approximate properties like the moisture content, the amount of water in the biomass, then the volatile matter, that is the combustible and non-combustible gases from the biomass, then the fixed carbon, that is the usable carbon for combustion. All right. So we have also collected 300 data points from literature, and we are training machine learning models for predicting the high heating value and chemical composition of biomass. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that interesting presentation. We were still enjoying, but the time was not on our side. It is now time to interact with you. So could you briefly tell us how far, what level of progress you are in, depending on all the objectives? Can you hear me?
No.
What I'm saying is, what is your level of progress? What have you achieved so far?
The progress?
Yes, please tell us how you have progressed in your work.
All right. So I have, first of all, I got REC approval. I'm applying for National Council. Then I have worked on the first objective. It is 50% done. I'm collecting more data from the experiments. I've collected some data from literature, trained the machine learning models. Some at first objective level.
Could you throw more light on the challenge you got regarding the machine learning? Because you said it was not giving you the right information, or there is a gap regarding the samples, the different samples you have collected from the different stakeholders. Is that clear?
No.
What could be the challenge? Because you mentioned that the machine was not learning. What happened? What went wrong? What was the problem? And how are you going to fix that?
Okay. The problem is on the quality of biomass briquettes. The briquettes produce more ash than charcoal currently. Their quality is changing, which is hindering adoption, and these changes in the quality of briquettes are due to the poor mixing ratios by manufacturers. So this machine learning model is supposed to predict the quality and help in the optimization of the mixing ratios by the manufacturers and the optimization of the briquetting parameters. So at the end of the day, we come up with better quality briquettes from readily available feedstock.
So are you going to do some lab experiments to improve on the quality, which you will be able to give to the stakeholders, which you will take back to the community, the optimum mixing of the different ratios? Are you doing it in the lab as well? Have you heard me?
No.
What I'm saying is,
You're breaking.
I'm breaking. Okay, sorry. Let me move near the microphone here. Okay, what I'm saying is that I'm going to improve on the quality of the briquettes.
Yes.
By doing it in the
Yes.
lab, so that you will be able to give them the optimum mixing of the different ratios. Have you tried it already or not yet?
Try and prove.
Have you done some experiment in the lab on your
Yes.
own mixing? And what are the results?
Yes.
Are they promising?
I'm still analyzing.
Okay. Okay, members, any other comment?
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine may not go straight to the presenter, but as a teacher, there's something touching me over the quality of the presentations. In other words, the slides which are being made. I think we need to gain more skills on how to prepare a better slide that can actually bring out a picture that you do own the work. According to what I've observed, looks like we are forgetting in this area. I could advise people who are preparing slides, there are very many lessons online. You can visit YouTube, very many. They can teach you how to prepare a quality slide. And then for those who are making screenshots as well, there are a number of some apps which can help you to take a snapshot with high resolution, so that at least when you present it, it looks fine. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. As to all the other presenters, I think the VC also mentioned about it, soft skills.
Yeah, mine is also general, I think. I don't know. Well, yeah. So I hope, Constance, you are hearing me. Well?
Yes.
Yeah, so you've just mentioned that you are yet to receive clearance from the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. But you already have work that has been completed. As a PhD student, you are aware that you have to pass But maybe for the students who are here, please don't take that lightly, because at the national level, several times they make changes. And you also don't want to put yourself in a fix on the day of your defense or during examination. Examiner date where clear by the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology, and then it's already an indicator that you've already done the work or you did the work before. To assure quality in what you are doing, but also so that we don't have a bad name as an institution, because that also puts us at a risk, because UNCST has a committee that supervises all the recs in the country. If they catch wind of our work being done before it has been registered, we are risking our license. Thank you.
we need to guide these people on respecting the law and policies which are in place. It shouldn't be only students. Supervisors, please also take note. Thank you.
Thank you, Constance, for your presentation. I wanted to know what are the possible limitations for your machine learning model in actually predicting the different briquettes that are the quality, okay, that is on the market. Because as you know, there are so many producers currently, so many people produce briquettes using different materials. So what are your limitations? If you're looking at maybe the feedstock that you're using, the waste that you're using, how well do you think your model will predict what actually is on market?
Can I answer that? So, the limitations, I could say we had a criteria. We have a criteria that we are going to use to select the briquette manufacturers. Those that use hands to mold the briquettes are not included. And then we are looking at people who have both mechanical and electric machines for production of biomass briquettes.
Okay, I think.
Then about the National Council clearance, I'm working on it. These experiments that we conducted, they are preliminary experiments. That's why, as I said, I was still getting some data from literature as I await for clearance from the National Council. So that data set of 300 data points is from literature.
Okay. I think,
then,
is there any other that you have not answered? Or if there are comments, you just take note of them so that you can improve on your work. Otherwise, for the interest of time, we'd like to thank you so much for your presentation and good luck as you progress to the next stage. Thank you so much. So we have the next presenter. We have one more person online, but maybe we can, if Rita is ready, we can come and present physically. Then we shall go back online.
I don't know how to. I'll try to. Good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Rita Chichoncho, and my study is titled Molecular Characterization of Angiotensin Converting Enzyme Gene Polymorphism among Type 2 Diabetes mellitus nephropathy in southwestern Uganda. My supervisors are Dr. Robert Kalyesubula
and Dr. Gertrude Chuan. Aaron. Major outcome of the study is nephropathy. My dependent variable is nephropathy. And nephropathy is a major microvascular complication that occurs in diabetic patients, and it is present due to a number of factors. It's, in fact, it has a polygenic or multifactorial kind of contribution, or it comes as a matter of different factors, and among them is the genetic predisposition that patients usually have to develop it. So of interest, I'll be looking at the genetic polymorphisms of an enzyme that is called the angiotensin converting enzyme. This particular enzyme is responsible for the conversion of angiotensin 1 to angiotensin 2, which patients in everyone. Vasoconstrictor, as it plays a role in diabetes, in blood regulation. So the enzyme itself, from literature, come to understand that it has polymorphisms, of which these polymorphisms have been studied to show that some patients who have a particular genotype can be predisposed to early nephropathy. And the polymorphisms of interest are the insertion and the deletion, and then there's the heterozygous insertion deletion, a form of it. So in this study, we'll be looking at this, the distribution of these polymorphisms in the patients, and also be able to link their relationship with the biochemical tests, or that we do, the metabolic tests that are done in this disease, and as well as also have a secondary approach, which is the behavioral aspects of these patients in terms of how early do they screen for nephropathy. The study objectives. I think I missed something. Okay, the problem statement. Yeah, so why are we doing this study? We all know that kidney disease is a major health concern in our setting, given that we do not have enough resources to handle this disease as if it is realized in a given patient. And while I did a primary study in 2019, I found that around 23 of 100 patients at the diabetic clinic in the referral has at least diabetic nephropathy in play. And we have other challenges as it comes to the early diagnosis of of this condition. We find that the tests that are currently being used have several limitations, most especially the estimation of the glomerular filtration rate. It has its limitations, and yet this is what is usually used in assessing kidney function. Also, we do not have much of our knowledge around the genetic predisposition of these patients, and so we need to have that kind of knowledge brought on board to help us develop more tests that are genetic oriented. And then also the need for biomarkers. We have biomarkers, yes, but we need to find more accurate and more reliable markers, and genetics is the way to go for us to be able to identify these markers. And that's why we are actually focusing on the on the polymorphism. So my study objectives, the general objective is to characterize this ACE in this population and see its distribution among the patients, and also be able to relate these polymorphisms with the metabolic indicators, because DM is a metabolic disease, and so there are some, we would want to see the interplay between these polymorphisms and the
those other tests, the tests that we use for nephropathy. So as such, we are conducting, I'll be using present and past tense for some of these objectives because some have been completed. So we are conducting a systematic review on the SCE polymorphisms and the urine to albumin creatinine ratio. Specifically, we are comparing the polymorphisms, we are comparing the polymorphisms with the urine to albumin creatinine ratio because this is the screening test that is used to screen for nephropathy. And so we would want to look out for literature because studies have actually tried to compare these two, and so that's what we are trying to do. The second objective is to establish the SCE alleles and genotypes present in the genome of these patients because we do not know. This is new information. And then also their association with the nephropathy biomarkers. So the nephropathy biomarkers here are the urine to albumin creatinine ratio and the EGFR that is usually used to assess nephropathy. And then the fourth objective is to assess the SCE polymorphisms and the metabolic indicators. Here I'm talking about the metabolic indicators such as the HbA1c, the lipid profile, and all the other metabolic tests. Then the fifth objective is to explore the barriers and motivators to screening for nephropathy as a health-seeking behavior, because we believe these patients also play a very important role in their diagnosis. How do they react, or how do they perceive the kind of treatment they are receiving in line with nephropathy? Methodology, I have tried to summarize the methodology for each objective right here. The first objective is a systematic review. Objective 2, 3, and 4 are a cross-sectional quantitative kind of study. And then objective 5, as you have seen, it's a behavioral kind of study, so it is a qualitative study. Of course, with the study area, the first objective is looking at being a systematic review. It's a global kind of assessment. And then the 2, 3, and 4, and 5 are to be conducted at the Mbarara General Referral Hospital's diabetic clinic. Of course, the study population is the type 2 diabetes mellitus patients. The sample size of objective 1, since we are still trying to recruit papers and try to establish our protocol, will be determined. And then the objective 2, 3, and 4, we recruited 250 patients. And then objective 5, we are targeting to talk to around 6 healthcare providers, primary healthcare providers, and then 14 patients, so those that are receiving care there. With the data collection, objective 1 will require an extensive search on online databases as it is for systematic reviews. And then objective 2, 3, and 4, these would be achieved through obtaining questionnaire data, doing anthropometric measurements and clinical assessments, collecting blood and urine samples, and then also doing genotyping for the SCE polymorphisms. Objective 5, of course, will be through in-depth interviews. The statistical analysis will be for objective 1, since it is evidence synthesis, we shall be synthesizing abstracts and also full texts where necessary. And then objective 2, 3, and 4 will use the conventional statistical methods, the logistic regressions, and all those others. And then objective 5 will do the transcription of interviews and also generating codes and codes interpretation of different themes that would have emerged from the data that we'll have collected. This is just to summarize the objectives and in where I am at right now. The systematic review is not yet conducted, but we have submitted our protocol for publication, and right now it is on the editorial, it's still with the editors. Objective 2 and 3 and 4 have been achieved, and that is what I intend to share with you. Objective 5 is also not yet completed. We are still reseeking clearances from the various ethical committees to conduct. As that said, I would like to share the publication from the objective 2 and 3 and 4 from the work that we have covered. I would request that I skip this introduction, but be able to comment about the position of the SCE that is the heart of this study using this image, and then we'll be able to be in tandem. So looking at this image, the kind of research I'm doing is about this particular enzyme here. So I'm looking for the polymorphisms in this enzyme, but this particular enzyme allows for the conversion of angiotensin 1 to angiotensin 2, which has different functions in the body, as you can see here. So the regulation of this process from here to here is very critical for a patient who is having diabetes, because they are really prone to kidney disease, and this is one of the proteins that is responsible for regulating these different functions here that could go wrong in a particular patient. So that would suffice for the introduction, and I would want to talk about the methods. So for this particular these are 3 objectives in one. For those 3 objectives, we conducted our study at the Mbarara General Referral Hospital, and we recruited there were 250. If you look at this gram here, we had 250 patients, but of course we had some who didn't consent. Then we had a sample size of 248. Then when we came to our final statistical analysis, we found that we had some missing data for these 11. So we took them out, and at the end of that day, we only had to analyze data for 237 participants. Those 3 objectives had clearance from MUST. Okay, we had administrative clearance, we had administrative clearance from the hospital, but we also had MUST clearance and also UNCSD clearance before we started this work. And of course, all participants consented. And I need to mention here that when I reached UNCSD, this is the point where they required me to have a genetic informed consent form, which I had not had as at the time I had REC. So they asked me to develop a genetic informed consent form because I was dealing with genetic information. I thought I should mention it. And here we have our research assistants taking some of the recruiting patients and also taking some data. Of course, this graph shows the systematic way we actually achieved the different sample. So we did not get this sample in one day, in one encounter, but we had several days over a certain period to collect the data. Then we also had time so after collecting the samples, that was the blood and the urine,
markers of nephropathy did not have any statistical association with the polymorphisms that we obtained. However, there was statistical significance with the markers of the metabolic markers, and specifically with glucose, A1C, and triglycerides, as we can see here. I'll have to wrap. These findings have clinical implications. Really rushing against time, but simply to say is that the insertion allele was associated with increased glycated hemoglobin, and this therefore shows that there is a potential risk for poor glycemic control among people with the insertion allele. And with the deletion allele, we saw that it was associated with decreased glycated hemoglobin, which is suggesting a potential protective effect on the glycemic control. Of course, different studies have found it differently, but this is what we obtained from our study, and this is what it would actually mean. Then that was for the alleles. This is for the genotypes, and the interpretation is also that the association with decreased, the DD genotype is associated with decreased glycated hemoglobin, while the insertion is associated with decreased serum glucose. And the ID for it is associated with increased glycated hemoglobin. And all of these have different implications. I may not want to read off that slide. So I had prepared a discussion, but with 2 minutes, I'm not sure I could go through all these. There are limitations to this study. One that actually surfaced much from the reviewers of the publication was the duration of disease. Why we did not consider the duration of disease, but it's because of our, most of the participants do not know when they actually, you cannot know when you have kidney disease, especially in its early stages. And so that one poses a very big limitation for us to be able to relate disease duration and presence of the polymorphisms or those markers. Yeah, I'll skip this. I acknowledge funding this from the Mobility Research Capacity Initiative, who gave me funding for this work. Also the DM Clinic and MRRH for the clearances, the ethics committees, the research participants, my supervisors, mentors, and also my DC.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Rita, for that wonderful piece of work. You have done a lot, only that the time is very limited for you to present all, but at least you have given us the highlights of your study. And maybe one quick one, where about the DN results. I'm seeing variation between male and female, then the age group also. What could be the cause? What was the implication of that?
Actually, there was not much difference in how the polymorphisms displayed between the males and the females. It was basically the males and the females both expressed they had the deletions and the insertions in the same way you would observe with the females or the males, whereby I can take you back to that slide. I think I know. Sorry, it's here. I think we are talking about this is age and sex. So here,
age and the gender.
So this is for the alleles. This is the single letters, and then this is for the genotypes, where they are the two. These so the males and females, there's not much of a difference in terms of the insertion and the deletion. So you'd see that still with DN among the males who have DN, they also had the deletion more. And even the females who had DN, they also had more of the deletion. So when it comes to the absent disease, you'd still see that the males also had more insertion, And also in the absent females, there's more insertion as well. So there's not much of a difference when it comes to the sex.
When you look at John will say he's a mathematician, he looks at the number here.
Oh, these are study participants.
The study, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't remember the access.
Yeah, because I think the access, you didn't put it there, so probably.
Another question there.
Thank you, Rita. I'm just concerned that we are breaching participants' confidentiality and privacy. Because any research that involves human participants, at the time before we recruit them into our research, we require them to consent. And if I'm not mistaken, our template from MUST clearly has those sections. So when you show us the faces of these participants, you're taking their blood, you are interviewing them, you've already breached confidentiality and privacy, and it's very unethical. I hope that you will not do it again. Kindly remove it from your slides. And going forward, unless if you have been given permission by those participants, they have the right to confidentiality, they have a right to privacy.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. That was very nice, and I think it's a really important topic to try and figure out what drives kidney disease this side. Most of the data is not in Uganda, so really, really important. I think one of my questions was about whether or not you guys were considering using cystatin C for measuring GFR, since it's been shown to be a better marker than creatinine, and whether or not you still had samples left over to be able to use that, since it might add to your results. Thanks so much.
That's a very good question. Recently, I've also come across, I attended a conference in the US, and they actually were advocating for more of using eGFR calculations with cystatin C. We did not assess it, but I think going forward, if we are going to really use eGFR, we would want to use eGFR that is using cystatin C as a marker. I agree with that. Yeah, thank you for bringing it up.
Any other person?
Thank you very much, Kikonsho, for your presentation and for the work done. I would like to know from you, you made a statement that one of the explanations for not getting a statistical difference among the certain result was because maybe you did not meet the sample size. Was it a slip of a tongue? Because I would now ask you, how did you get to the 250? Okay, yeah. I think I think maybe if we would take it at a bigger level, because this was one study site, and we calculated our sample size based on the previous findings, like it was the previous study, which gave us a 22.9, which is 23% of the people there. So this being a single center study, and then having just those small numbers, I was just suggesting that probably a larger sample size would give you a bigger, maybe would contribute, but of course we know that the issue to do with statistical significance can go to study design, can go to sample size, can go to any direction. So maybe if it was maybe a longitudinal study or any other study design, to probably give that. But I would say, I said sample size, but there are so many other things that can actually affect significance, and it may not only be sample size. And in that case, it would actually be increasing the population, so that now you calculate a new sample size based on a bigger population other than the sample size.
It could be that, yeah.
Then I also kept on wondering, what criterion did you use to select the 6 participants that you considered in your qualitative study versus, that is the 6 healthcare providers, and then the 14 patients. Out of that big number, of course, I know with qualitative, you are looking at the quality of information that they are giving you, but some more light about how you selected them. And then also, why didn't you look at how much time they have spent coming to the health facility, and then you try to see if there could be a correlation in your results with that?
Okay. Thank you. The questions you're asking are actually for a study that is not yet done. Yeah, it is. It's objective 5, which I have not presented because it is not yet done. This is the one that is done. So that question is for the qualitative study that we haven't yet undertaken. But of course, there is much more detail on it. For example, the kind of healthcare participants, the healthcare providers we are targeting, are the ones that are involved in the primary care of the patients. We are looking at residents, we are looking at the nurses, a technician, a lab technician who does the screening tests, and then also the consultant. So we chose the 6 healthcare providers because of their strategic role in the primary care for the patients. But that is not part of my presentation, it's the 5th objective that I would do. Then the 14 participants, that is just a, can I say a booked-in figure, because we shall actually collect data until we attain saturation. So for now, we had just capped it at 14, but it's as saturation occurs. So yeah, so that is another study that we haven't yet done.
Thank you.
It's part of this.
Thank you, Rita. I just have a few comments here.
Yeah.
It's really a wonderful work. Why did you choose Mbarara Referral Hospital over the others?
So I chose Mbarara General Referral Hospital because this is a follow-up work. During my master's, I actually conducted a study at the referral, the diabetic clinic, and that is where I attained the sample size.
Are you not biased?
No, I'm not biased. I'm trying to extend it's an extension of work. But this could be done in any facility where they have diabetic patients who are prone to kidney disease, and
maybe you can get a better reason. Maybe the prevalence of maybe diabetes.
The prevalence of what
is much more in.
I can't say it's much more in because.
Now, I was just looking for a scientific reason.
Yes.
Because for me, you leave me doubting that I'll be biased. Yeah. I would say maybe you are within Mbarara, so you were looking for way to ease access and so on and so forth.
I don't think it's convenience. It is actually data informed, because it's the prevalence that I obtained previously.
I was just commenting that you be aware. Such a question, you may expect it.
Sure.
So you should be ready.
Yeah.
Then, at what stage are you?
Currently, I am in my 3rd year. It's a 3-year program, so I'm in my 3rd year.
So
1st semester.
So I will say that you are almost there.
I would give myself 75%.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking this,
yes.
You have good work, but unfortunately, at any given time, you never have that privilege to have enough time to present. Even in the final day of the defense, you'll be timed. Like what our faculty will give you not more than 45 minutes. But what matters is you may not present everything you have. You pick out what you think are key important things. Otherwise, you'll never have that time.
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking, so that you get ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I think for the interest of time, let's give a hand. Is it a burning one? Quick.
Yes, it may not be burning, but a comment is about the significant results. I don't think it's a crime not to have any significant results, because the hypothesis is two-way, and you wanted to establish which side works out. So I really don't think it should be so much of an issue. I can also be guided by the mentors here. And if you think that you are supposed to get significant results, have you compared with previous studies? What was the context of the study? What was the sample size, if it's the issue? And what perhaps contributed to the significant results?
Okay.
Thank you.
And that will be established in our systematic review, which is actually yet to be done. We have moved a bit with it, and it will be able to tell us whether we have some of those studies that had significance and had this kind of, so it's one of the things that we are working on.
Okay, thank you so much, Rita, for the wonderful work. I wish you all the best as we move to the next objective. Vincent? There are two. So we start with the Vincent, WebCJ is the online one, or WebCJ is the one online? Are you okay? Okay, please. Yes, Vincent, you're welcome. You are sharing the same name with your name here. So, okay. So, Vincent, we are going to give you 10 minutes, because for the interest of time.
Yes, Lord.
Yeah, the floor is yours. Can you start?
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, my name is Vincent WebCJ. Yes, Prof.
We can hear you. Continue.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm out of the country. My network is not connecting. It's on and off, but I will try to summarize. My name is Vincent WebCJ. Registration number 2023 PhD 041 PS. I'm presenting my research. I'm presenting my research titled Lymphedema Causative Agents, Patient and Caretaker Knowledge, Self-Reported Health Care Needs and Preventive Strategies in Kamenge District. With the guidance of these supervisors and doctoral committee members. Our presentation will follow this guideline or outline. So far, the progress is very good. Being admitted last year, October, enrolled and registered. Proposal fully submitted to FRC and later to Master Rate. I'm glad to inform you that on 25th October, I got conditional approval, and I have also been able to attend several trainings in relation to research, some in Uganda and some in the Netherlands, where I am for my exchange semester. I'm also taking on phase 1 and phase 2 PhD cross-cutting courses way back at MUST. Some are already completed, and research ethics is not yet started, and advanced biostatistics. I have also been glad to get an Erasmus exchange semester at Radboud University in the Netherlands from August to January, where we are also having trainings in qualitative research methods, among many others. But we also have good key outputs. This journey, we have progressive reports for the first year, already submitted to DRIGT. Doctor Committee Meeting 1 done, and the minutes are also submitted to DRIGT. We expect to meet some of these terms in our presentation, like lymphedema, general swelling of the body due to accumulation of lymph due to abnormal systems, protoconiosis, which generally means the non-filarial elephantiasis, cellulitis, bacterial infection due to enterobacteria into deeper skin layers. Filarial worms, filariasis meaning the filarial worm infection, and edema meaning swelling due to fluid accumulation.
Then those which are used, did classification maybe for sickle cell or prostate or breast cancer. So I wanted to establish it, but that is, like, remember our proposed model is it's a model that looks at encompassing all that can be used to classify DICOM images of different disorders. The objective is to explore how the planning techniques have been applied to process DICOM files. Oh, sorry, maybe I... See your slides, but we are back to this and online. Can you try to be very quick? It was unfortunate that power went off before you could finish, but we shall give you, shall give you 10 minutes to complete your work or your presentation. Over to you. Listen, are you here? Can you hear me, Vincent? Is it? The speaker is on.
Hello, Chair.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Can you go ahead and present? Yeah, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. Can I resume now?
Yes,
President?
yeah, you can resume and continue, but make sure that you work within 10 minutes because we are doing badly with the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. What does lymphedema mean? We say this is generally called elephantiasis by other scholars, and literally it refers to localized fluid retention due to malfunctioning of the lymphatic systems, and usually patients suffer from chronic and severe ailments due to an evaluation of less interest in this work or in this field of lymphedema. The accumulation, abnormal accumulation of these fluids usually bring unfavorable outcomes to these patients, including fibrosis and other conditions like scaling and cancers, and of course inability to lift the lower limbs in case they are affected. What is the problem? Lymphedema remains a neglected, irreversible tropical disease globally, affecting over 250 million people, Africa and Uganda inclusive. And in Uganda, Kamwenge district remains an endemic area with elephantiasis. This condition, lymphedema or elephantiasis, generally is due to filarial worms and most other bacterial or fungal infections make the condition worse or go chronic. We also know that there could be some other genetic factors like the Miller syndrome and other metabolic disease conditions like the kidney and liver or heart diseases. However, these agents remain insufficiently documented with no established guidelines in Uganda. And this therefore calls for patient-centered care to look at preventive strategies or guidelines that will also look critically on the psychosocial impact to enhance the quality of life of those individuals that are affected. We therefore, based on that a study to establish the common causative agents, patient and caretaker knowledge, self-reported healthcare needs and preventive strategies among those lymphedema patients in Kamwenge district should be conducted. Our objectives, we have the general objective to determine the causative agents, patient and caretaker knowledge, self-reported healthcare needs and preventive strategies among lymphedema patients in Kamwenge district. The specific objectives, one will describe the preventive and management strategies using a scoping review globally. This will help us to do the knowledge synthesis on the preventive strategies used. Objective 2, specific objective 2, we will determine the causative agents of lymphedema among patients with lymphedema in Kamwenge district. And then specific objective 3, we will explore the lymphedema-related knowledge, lived experiences, healthcare needs, and preventive strategies for patients with lymphedema in Kamwenge. Discussion, our findings from this study will inform the clinical team on updated testing algorithm through the clinical care and management of patients, but also the patients will be empowered through self-care management practices after we have got the knowledge gap for the lymphedema-related knowledge from the caregivers and the patients themselves. To the stakeholders, it will enable strategic planning for control and proper management through preventive approaches, through public health strategies, and through research and development to probably continue to look ahead on this problem in the community, in the society. The conceptual framework looks majorly on developing strong preventive interventions for lymphedema, but to achieve this, we need to do knowledge synthesis on preventive strategies used elsewhere. We also need to look critically at the causative agents, and then we also need to explore the knowledge gap, the experiences and preventive strategies, and then we develop a strong preventive base. Sub-study 1 will answer objective 1, and this will be a scoping review, and we will base on the PPC approach, participant concept and context, basing on the filters of 10 years from now, because we need to see what other people on the globe have used, and databases will be searched for articles, and we will follow the PRISM extension for scoping review guidelines, and also we have registered actually our scoping protocol on open source framework with this DOI, and it's already registered, and we have started on searching for articles to complete the scoping review on time. Sub-study 2 will answer objective 2. This will be a cross-sectional study, and the study site will be a pre-hospital. I will use consecutive sampling to enroll department of the Hospital in Kamenge district, and we propose to enroll 150 participants, and we will collect blood samples, neutralized blood samples to cater for mortality reduced of these filarial worms, that their numbers usually increase in the circulation at night, usually between 10 and 2 a.m. in the night. So we collect midnight blood samples. We also collect swabs to do the fungal and bacterial cultures from the interdigital space of the affected lower limbs. And then we also collect cell samples to map and test some minerals that attribute probably to Codoconiosis canal. And we will seek administrative clearance from Kamenge District local government, but I'm glad to mention that we have already got the FRC clearance at MUST and the conditional rate approval at MUST as well. This is the study flow for objective 2, also study 2, community entry. Then we also have patients or lymphedema patients coming through our patient department, and also those who could be referred by VHCs in the community. We assess eligibility, consent them, questionnaire administration, do the clinical assessment, and then we will do the midnight blood sample collection, and then do the testing for filarial lymphedema. So those who test positive for filarial worms are the parents to care, to counseling and care, but those who test negative for filarial worms, but they have lymphedema already, they will also be used for counseling and care and for conservative management. Remember, we said we may have filarial lymphedema or non-filarial lymphedema, but we also screen for secondary infections. That's why we do cultures for objective 2 to rule out common fungi and bacteria that probably worsened the lymphedema. Substudy 3, this will be a qualitative study to explore knowledge related to lymphedema, the experiences, and preventive strategies. And we will use focus group discussions and KIs using the rule of thumb. And we will also conduct this study at Mukuru Hospital. And we will equally analyze the data for qualitative study using the content and the narrative analysis, but we will also seek administrative clearance, like for substitute, and also dissemination of the findings will be to the participants in Kamenge, and then we will have manuscripts written for publications, and then this work will also be presented on national and international conferences. Plan going forward, that now we have conditional approval from Master REC. We hope probably by the end of this month of November to have a final REC approval, and then we go for the National Council of Science and Technology clearance. Then that will take us to Kamenge to seek for administrative clearance. And then we will also do the entry plan through the district officials. Then we will also be completing the cross-cutting courses. We will continue with the scoping review that it's already registered. And then we start data collection probably end of January. And do data collection, analysis, and then write manuscripts for publications by the end of the year. Challenges or limitations so far, it's more lack of funding or scholarships because we are still self-sponsored, but we are moving on. We expect this research or these studies to generate publications. The scoping review expect to give us one paper. Objective 2, also study 2, minimum one paper, but could be 2, because here we analyze thick and thin smears. Then we also look at the cultures of fungi and bacteria, and also we look at soil analysis. So we may get 2 or but 1 minimum. And then we may also get a paper in the qualitative sub-study. These are our references from the work we have presented. The work plan is that by the end of next year, 2025, we should be finalizing these publications and report writing, and probably we submit our work for examination December 2025. The budget is drawn, and it's approximately 100 million Uganda shillings to be able to take us through. I'm happy to mention that at least for tuition fees, my University of Science and Technology
Okay, Vincent, there is network problem here. Can you hear us? Hello?
Waiver for second year. I've got my prayer. So, come again, sir?
Yeah, you are breaking, but we have heard the message loud and clear. So you are done. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you so much. We are going to get feedback from the members. Any suggestions, comments to help? Vincent?
I think, Vincent, for the objectives, you had bulleted them, and we were not able to know which one is the first, which one is the second. Maybe you can always use that. Objectives.
Are you able to see my slide of objective here?
We cannot see the objectives. I was saying that your objectives are bulleted, and when you were mentioning the first objective, we were not able to know which one is the first. So maybe you would need to put numbers on the objective so that we can be able to know which one is your first and your second. That's all.
Not aware whether that is the chronological order or the other way around. So you give it numbers, whether the first one is number 1, number 2, and number 3. So you number your objective. So that's the order.
Chair, am I? This is the order they go in. I think I will be numbering them from 1 to 3 or to the last.
Okay. Yeah, Chair, should I make my comment? Yeah, Vincent, thank you very much for your presentation and for taking us through the work that you are planning to do. So my first comment to you, Vincent, is this is your work. Much as you have 2 supervisors and a doctoral committee, it is your work. So you better start saying, I am planning to do this. Own your work. Please, going forward, it is your work. Even the budget you are telling us about that we want, is it 100 million? You say you need it. You need that money. That is one. Then the other one, I'm taking it that this condition is not that common. I don't see so many patients, and maybe that is why even in your justification, you did mention that perhaps there's a lot that we do not know, and then you say that there seems to be some lack of interest in doing investigations about the condition. But that aside, I am actually shouting. That aside, Vincent, I am wondering, could you be knowing the number of patients who visit Rukunyu? Because you don't have so much time. And I am seeing you have, according to the calculation, most likely you used a formula to come up with, I think, 120 or 30, and then you added on 10%, bringing the number to 150. So do you really think that you'll be able to get the 150 participants during the time that is available to you?
Yeah, thank you so much.
So that is the second one. Let me just finish off.
We did a baseline study in Kamwenge in 2018, and the patients with lymphedema, they are many in the communities, but on used in the Rukuni hospital, on the reconnaissance, 20 to 30 patients used in Rukuni monthly, and I have agreed to look at two options, using the outpatient department for working patients with lymphedema, and also through the VHTs who are the first healthcare workers in the communities. Thank you so much.
Yes, so you will be able to get the 150.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then my last one is about the plan for publications or dissemination of your findings. Yeah, even if you don't go there. Yeah, so you did mention that your second objective is likely to bring you one or more, but from what you said, what you are likely to capture, the different parameters and the findings from that, I don't really think that you need to splice your data, because it doesn't really sound like it's going to give you several or two other completely standalone papers. You can discuss it with your supervisors, but there is a danger in salami slicing of data. It's not good for science.
Thank you very much, Prof, and that's why I have presented one. I think I got the same guidance from the doctor committee that we need to have a strong power. So one paper, I agree and I agree. Thank you so much.
I've been Vice Vicent. This is Dr. Pita from Mass General. Thank you so much for the presentation. This is a very important topic, a very neglected disease. I guess one of my questions is that we know we have a treatment for lymphatic filariasis, the DEC. And so I guess one of my questions and concerns is whether or not this area, this district, has had campaigns for treatment. Because usually the plan is to have... Can you hear me? Oh, man. Can you hear me? All right, the chair will summarize. Mainly is that there's treatment campaigns that usually happen for lymphatic filariasis. Has this happened in the district? If not, if it has, I'm concerned about whether or not you'll find any causative agents. And if it hasn't, I think that should be a big part of your research, is also looking into people's attitudes towards these mass treatments. Because again, this is the sort of public health approach, since I'm concerned that most likely the cause of the elephantiasis is filariasis. Thank you.
Vincent, thank you for the presentation. There is this small one. Vincent, you said that your challenge is funding. I am also having a problem of funding, but not solving your problem. I would think that your work can be more beautiful if you have a technical challenge, not money. People have problems with money, but not solving your problem. I'm praying that you get a technical challenge related to your work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think I have missed some. Your network is not good, but I will start with the one for mass drug administration. I have contacted Dr. Wambuga, who is the head. I have contacted Dr. Wambuga at the Ministry of Health, who is an neglected tropical diseases, and they have not done mass drug administration for 5 years now in Kamwenge, and also we are working with the PhD at the district, and we need to explore the positive agents. If not Flario, then we are testing these other secondary bacterial infections to rule out other causes of lymphedema apart from filariasis. Then the second one on funding, I take the comment in good faith, but the finance also hinders the laboratory analysis, which are expensive, but we are applying for some grants. So I thank you.
We are done. Thank you so much for your presentation. We wish you all the best. It's really interesting that the area is actually neglected, but I know there are some areas which from the western part of Uganda which also need attention, but that will be an eye-opener. Otherwise, thank you very much. Good luck and all the best.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for the network inconveniences. I didn't get most of the questions, but I will ask the IT team to probably maybe on some questions that probably I could have missed that will help me to improve my work. I thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. And we wish all the best and members. Apologies for the late finishing. We're going beyond 30 minutes. But I think this is the last one. And the director, the person for me that one. But
Okay, members, really it has been a long day sitting here, but on my behalf and on behalf of the organizers who has organized this, my colleagues have not, maybe have gone. We are happy that we have come to the end. And I believe the symposium has been successful. But some things which have come up, general, the students have the content. And I need to commend the supervisors and the doctoral committees for the great work they are doing. And if there's any student here who doesn't have a doctoral committee, we are ready to appoint the doctoral committee members. But of course, we do not have a mandate to appoint the doctoral committee members if the student just writes to us directly, bypassing the department and the dean's office. We have seen that coming to us, and we have referred the communication back to the dean, and then they write the route to follow the proper channel of communication. The same is to appointing supervisors. The student cannot direct us to appoint a supervisor without the knowledge of the department and the dean's office. Then what we have seen again, timekeeping. Generally, for presentations, we need 10 minutes just for tomorrow. If you can't communicate your work within 10 minutes, then you'll never communicate it. I've seen here, these are progress presentations. They've given you 15 minutes, 10 minutes and 5 minutes. Make sure you leave time for questions. You learn a lot from the questions than you presenting everything and you consume all the time that has been allocated to you. And the issue of confidentiality has come up. If you don't have permission to show people's faces, your participants, please do not show the pictures in the presentation, because you'll be breaching the confidentiality, and yet you promised signing the consent form that everything will remain confidential, and now you are doing something different. And again, as you plan the presentations, even that's how we do when you are going for a lecture, you go with a laptop, assuming there will be steady power. But you also have to have a printout. Just in the case there are issues, the power is cut off, you proceed. You don't leave the students there and that you say, okay, we have to wait for the power to come back. Sometimes even a connection can fail, even if there's electricity. So you need to have a printout on the side. That's why I was asking another Vincent, do you have a hard copy so that you just come here and talk? And by the way, it also happened to when we are having presentations here for the contestants of the VC position. The first presenter had issues because maybe the communication team had challenges in the IT team had challenges in the connections, but they gave her time to make a presentation and she had to move on with the presentation. So you have to be ready for plan B. Always be ready for plan B. And I've seen students making, maybe they misinterpret. The doctoral committee is the total of the supervisors and additional 2 or 3 people. Then you list supervisors separately, and then the doctoral committee, maybe 1 person, and maybe 2 people. So is the combination, is the total of the supervisors and the other people who are added to make that committee. Other than that, I thank you very much. And tomorrow, please be there, all of you. I don't know whether you don't stick to the registration link that was circulated, but all of you are welcome tomorrow, and we are starting with the parallel sessions so that we have the plenary towards lunch. Thank you very much. I think same place, just to go up.